Okay, so because I lost some of these while muted, which I try never to do that, but whatever. Like I like to show every game I play, obviously on stream first of all, just so it's on video. So I always say like this is like the Truman Show of chess, where you get to see somebody, every single game somebody actually plays, but also, within reason. Maybe I've played a game on my phone here and there, but it's not even on this account, and it's not anything consequential, like while doing my laundry or something. But the vast majority of what I do, I show, but then I also try not to be muted, so I try to incorporate that into it, but whatever. So because I did those, I didn't get to really appreciate these pieces of art because when I lose, I keep changing them. So this one was, because of how long this fight was going on, we have like several different thumbnails dedicated to, videos of this. So, you know, this is EGAD giving you like a little factoid as you're about to, as I'm like sitting there waiting for the next wave to come or whatever, right in the corner next to Van Gogh. So, did you know sitting on a vacuum for more than 3 hours straight can be very dangerous to your health and circulation? And actually, oh, that's why I did this too, because like I was literally getting like a fucking, a leg cramp, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna get a blood clot. This is one of my like template naming things. It's hard to explain, like masochist Mario loses to Legos, or it's hard to explain. Like you state it in very direct form what's happening, right? Because I'm losing to the Guy's toy box. Like this is blood clot. Andy loses to literal crayons because I'm losing to fucking a painter who's painting the ghosts as we go or whatever. Not really as you go, but so I'm getting a blood clot and I'm losing to crayons as he's sitting on the fucking vacuum like a clown. And then he says, he's kind of chiding me. Yeah, he's right. You're going to get a blood clot, or it's bad for your circulation. And then he kind of has one more, one liner that applies to painting too. And then he's sort of speechless. It's like it's meant to go in this order from, left to right. So he's trying to rub it in my face. Yeah, he's right. You're taking so long to beat me that you're going to get some health condition from it. But then he's sitting there painting the whole time while I'm doing it too. So like these are very elaborate for what is simply me just trying to do the boss fight for a long period of time. And that this is one that's similar to the other one. In fact, it's basically the same one that I just had made in a much better way later on, which I don't have to show right away. But I use that for another thumbnail, like whatever. It's kind of the same idea where you're showing that, and that one got like adult rated on YouTube for some reason. I think it's like adult flagged because it's, or maybe that's like on DeviantArt or something. Like, oh, it's considered mature because you have the word sucking in there. But literally, it's not even innuendo. The innuendo is that he sucks, like he's not good, right? But the other literal interpretation is, oh, he's sucking ghosts with a vacuum. So both interpretations are not sexual or innuendo in any way, right? You're saying that he sucks. So it's like this is the anti-cheese ghost, that the final wave of Van Gogh that is like, I already lost these games, so we won't get a chance to see these again. So this is the anti-cheese ghost because you can't even suck them. And so it's like I'm getting punished for all my cheese over time. That I guess that's not really cheese to simply suck them, but it's trying to show that, I'm getting punished for using my element the whole run to sort of stun ghosts and spam that, but now I have no choice but to do it. Oh, so the anti-cheese is I can't use the element now on every other ghost because I have to save it for these ones at the end because there's 5 of them and they have 200 HP each. And so I almost use my entire tank of my element, which you can't refill on during the fight, to deal with them. So that made it almost a mathematical impossibility, and why this was sort of in part like an unsolved run. It's like these ghosts can't be sucked. So what do you do when sucking is the whole core mechanic of the game, right? So this is Van Gogh's secret weapon, basically. Cannot be sucked, has 200 HP. They're the final 5, which means you have to save your element, obviously, for them. And Mario's all worried, like, but sucking is a specialty. Whatever will you do without that? But obviously making fun of the fact that Luigi just sucks. And then this one is your run is a bust. That's like the bust of this guy saying it in the background. Because even once I finally beat the boss, right after many tries, obviously, which each of these thumbnails is a several hour session in trying to do it. Now it is, the door bugs out, as happens sometimes throughout the playthrough. So now just whatever, like there's a lot of bugs inherent to this as well, so now I can't open it, so now I'm stuck, and I'd be like, oh, I'd have to reset and do the fight again, right? Because there's no way to save it. I could just quit out. And it also is that I can't pick up the key. That's bugging out too, as items sometimes would do. it was the ultimate final revenge that even after I do this boss fight that took a super long amount of time, that was virtually impossible with all that bullshit involved, I can't even enjoy my victory. I'm at 4 health. Look at that. And so I can't pick up the key. I can't escape the door. I can't quit out. I can't save it. You could save state, I suppose, but I was trying not to use that as a mechanic because that feels like cheating. And so the little bust in the background is chiding me, making fun of me. Your run is a bust, but I refused to give up. And what I had to do is I actually sucked the boo. This was like a creative use of game mechanics. I sucked the boo in the room because every time you suck the boo, it lets you save it, right? And so I had to do that without dying, which generally that's not hard to do, but I came very close. So then once I suck the boo, I get to save it, and then I get to quit out and come back in, and then it's fine, right? Because it'll save the fact that I guess the key would have still been there, right? Which is weird that you would save and quit without picking up the key to leave the room. That's like the only scenario you could do it, but you escape that final death trap troll moment that almost seems intentional. That's what takes this hard mode to another level, that it was like, some of it is intentional, like, oh, the 200 HP is hard and this and that. But some of it isn't intentional, like the fact that you can't suck those purple ghosts because normally you're not meant to suck them because they only have 0 HP, right? So you're creating like a bug illegal interaction, but then I still do it anyway using the element. And that, like, it's so unbelievably creative to come up with this fucking thing for something that hadn't been done before. And like, really, it was something unbelievable. It was the first series I did coming back on this channel, and that's kind of what made me kind of want to do this whole thing again, just to show, like, you would have to see that run to believe it, right? And that's why I had to do it on video, on stream. Like, it's the most unbelievable shit you've ever seen. So you can't suck the ghost. You have to find the workaround with the elements. You can't use it on the other ghosts to get there. They all have 200 HP. Even once I finally do it, it bugs out. I can't leave the room. I have to do a workaround where I suck the boo and save it like that and escape. Like, it's so much insanity, right, that you have to do to make that happen. So now let me change to the next piece of art. So I've been on a pretty bad win streak here. And so I'm not too happy about it. Like, you know, I'm doing bad when I go from being the quiet gamer to the silent gamer because you know, I do those like sort of silent muted sessions when I'm triggered. But it's just stupid because I don't know what's happening. I'm losing in a lot of dumb ways that aren't really fair. Well, I mean, they're fair, but it's like, okay, so this was like my 1 week as a sports podcaster. I could almost react to the clip that I'm talking about or part of it, especially if they're short form like this, like the, you know, when you get when you get trolled by the game so many times, you see it coming a mile away. That was the one with Dark Souls 2 where I kind of predict what the Rat King is going to say. They're like, oh, leave and never come back, or come back later, as that's like your reward for beating a boss in Dark Souls 2. They keep trolling you with that. So this was like my 1 week as a sports podcaster, and this take was, I came up with a lot of good takes actually in doing that. It was just a random thing I felt like doing as part of sort of my debate format. I would always do these mini series where we would talk about certain subjects. So I figured, why not do sports for once? That's kind of a fun random thing. Even though I'm not a big sports fan, I just sometimes I like to research them, or I certainly know a lot about basketball. So I said that Kid sucked because he shot only 40%. Not really that they suck, but like they're way overrated. I'm just sort of playing into that people would say, oh, haha, you're saying that they suck. But Kid was a good defender and a good passer, but he sucked as a scorer. And you might say, oh, that wasn't his job. That wasn't what he was meant to do. But he only averaged like 13 points a game for his career, or maybe even less. And he shot 40% from the field for his career in doing that, which is abysmal. So no wonder he didn't win a title except as a, you know, minor game manager role player later in his career. Because if your best player is going to shoot 40% from the field and only average a measly 12 points a game for their career, that is disgusting. Compare that to like John Stockton, where he's like, you know, oh, he only averaged 15 points for his career, but he was highly efficient, which point guards are meant to be. Like, he shot over 50%, right? So that's the main difference. So that's disgusting. It's like, I'm not expecting you to score much, but if you're going to not score, at least fucking be efficient with doing it. So that's obviously very suboptimal. And then with Dirk, the reason why he gets upset as the 1 seed when he's against the We Believe Warriors, and when he's the MVP that year, he gets upset as the 8 seed, and he also loses up 2-0 on the Heat in 2006. The point with that is that he was obviously very inefficient. See, if I was better, I could play and do this at the same time, but I won't. I can barely play at all. So he gets upset as the MVP in the 1 seed as a heavy favorite, and then he loses when he's up 2-0. So regardless of any other argument, the reality is that he was easy to shut down from a point of view that, again, he's a jump shooting big, so he's a big, like a center slash power forward style player, but he's somebody who doesn't take advantage of that in any way. So he's a very one dimensional superstar nonetheless. In other words, you're still giving him a certain amount of credit, but you're saying that if his shot's off, he's basically doing nothing for your team, right? He's tall, but he can't rebound very well. He's not a great rebounder for his size. He can't pass. He only averaged like maybe 2 assists for his career. He can't defend, right? He was known as being soft and at least, not a great defender. He's also, again, so he's not a great defender, all important for his size. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great passer. He's not a great scorer in other ways. He would sometimes be, scoring inside and post moves and stuff. But for the most part, he's relying on his jump shot. So he's the kind of player where, if his jump shot's off, he's doing nothing for you and you're just screwed, right? He's useless to you, basically. So other great players will make up for it in other ways, like Kevin Garnett. At least he's a great defender, so he can do other things. He actually averaged a decent amount of assists, at least some seasons, in Minnesota, so he was a better rebounder, so he could do other things even if his scoring was off, right? So that was just to say that not that Dirk really sucks, obviously, but that he's very one-dimensional, and you saw that kind of come to a head when he's the MVP and he's healthy and he's playing every game. So how are you getting upset by an 8 seed? But if you can take certain things away from him, he doesn't have an answer because, again, he doesn't have other fallback options, basically. Think about that in the context of chess, right? Like, you're a one opening Andy, and if you do some other opening, you get screwed over. It's like you might be the best player in the world with that one opening, but you're not always going to get to be able to play it. Or like even, he's the best player when he's white, but then he sucks when he's black, or something like that, right? He's really good in closed positions, but not open positions. Like you shouldn't have to select out like that, right? You should be more flexible. And what was the other point with that? It's like, people say, he won in 2011, but I would kind of use that as sort of a different argument that I would hope as a franchise player for 20 years, you would be able to win at least one title. Otherwise, what is the point? So that tells me more that he's a second option, right? That he would have been better served playing as a second option to a greater player like Shaq or somebody like that, where, again, you could be like a Scottie Pippen type guy, but you're not going to be the number one option because, if you have 20 years to do it and you only win one title, something is wrong with either the team itself or obviously with you being put in that role. So I would question that, like, you're just sort of overestimating what he can actually do. Okay, so, you know what? I actually have to abort that one as much as I don't want to. Which I never do, but because I'm so distracted by what I'm saying, I have to change. But I guess I could have done it in the course of the game. Damn, yeah, that's almost something I never ever do though. Because we have to change these. I guess I could have just done it as we played. Play chess. Which is some old website, I think, that maybe doesn't work anymore. In fact, I tried to do that website Gauntlet where I go on every website and do it until I lose, including Chess Kid even. But it didn't go very well. So play chess we did. Yeah, didn't I just use this one? I swear. Or it's like this guy, so it's not exactly the same. I swear I just fucking used this. Like where the knight is looking sideways. What's the difference? It is, it's like one guy versus another guy. So I guess I'm obligated to use it for that reason. Clearly this is not going to hurt my level of play when it's already at a rock bottom level. I'm at like 1640 almost now. Yeah, 1650. So I was as high as 1725. So clearly I'm just not putting forth the same amount of effort. It couldn't just be, you suddenly are facing randomly better opponents at the same rating, or I don't know. I won't even say they played like that great. It's just that I'm sort of letting a lot of games that could at least be draws slip away. So it's a very minute thing that I'm doing where, you would feel like you just gotta it'll come down to kind of lesser things now. It'll come down to time. It'll come down to little things like that. So you walk yourself into a fork, and so what you could basically do is probably that. See, this is like a more advanced line that I probably remember from something, and you might think, oh, that's good for him, but it's really not, because now, well, it's fascinating that he was able to get away with doing that, though. I thought I would still be up by something, so we both try to be all cheeky, and we succeed in our cheeky play that we're able to do that. Like, imagine doing this at fucking 16 or 1700 rating. You ought to be shitting your pants right now, like, like that would trigger me. Like, what the fuck is that sequence of moves? Even though they kind of got out of it, why the fuck are you playing like this at 1600 rating? And I'm asking this of myself, obviously. That's fucking stupid. Like, who do you think you are to be playing like that? But if it works, it works. I mean, it didn't really do anything either. That's the whole problem. Now, there's a real problem here now, too. Bro, this is covered, but it's pinned, so you'd be threatening to take. I have to go here, and the reason why is because otherwise I'm going to get forked right there. So it's kind of a bizarre situation to be in. The one advantage that I suppose you have in this game is the fact that you're able to basically you're able to basically do it in such a way that I forgot. You're able to have the bishop and they're not. So that's the only good thing that they, or well, actually, no, I don't know why I thought they only had knights. They still have the light square bishop that they just opened up. I don't know why I was thinking that. So you have the ability to now try to open this. I don't like the position of my... I don't like the position of my king here. And so the knight being there is kind of the whole problem, because you can't do anything by going back. And the whole problem is, even if you move the king somewhere else... Like, who is this guy anyway? Like, this looks like the guy almost, I say, from Seinfeld, like the Wiz. Which means I must have used this set reasonably recently, because... Okay, dude, okay. But I don't even have to put up with that at all. Oh, but then he'll take there, so I'm incentivized to do this, which I don't want to do, but I'll do it. They'll take, I'll take. And then at the end of the sequence, maybe I should be able to take here. Or of course not. Of course I can't. Like, you go through all that and you don't even win a fucking pawn. Like, what the fuck is even the point of this shit? You go here, you go here. I could try to almost seal this shit off, I guess, but... I almost prefer this file being open, though, somehow. Like, they'll give a check, but... I don't... No, you know what? This makes more sense. If you can still somehow try to cover this to the extent that now you have this open, and my king can kind of be a little safer, even though you kind of are open on both ends. So now... That looks like a good move to bring the queen in, but it doesn't really do a whole lot that I can see, because you're kind of... You're not really doing anything. You're hitting that with the thing, so I can try to create a double stack would be my best thought, right? At least this is the kind of position that I often create. So at this stage, I have to do a bit more. So I don't even have to do anything, because you can obviously just... They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So it's already adequately covered. There's no other way to check the king. You would never think the king would feel this safe in a position... Well, I guess it's not that safe. You wouldn't think it feels that safe in that kind of position, because of the simple fact that... Whatever, it's so much in the middle of the board. So you could certainly do that. You would win a pawn from it. You don't do it, because it would have also forced the trade of the queen. So now we can double stack on this. Double cover it, I mean. See, now is where calculation becomes such a big deal because there's so little on the board that it shouldn't be that big of a problem to do this. They would take, I would take, or I would take, they would take. I couldn't tell you. Well, I guess it leaves their pawns double stacked. So by that token alone, you would feel a certain kind of way about it. Trading would be fine. You would get a pass pawn, but it's one of those deceptive pass pawns because it's not actually going to do anything. You won't actually be able to protect it. So I don't really see what the big deal with this is. I could try to keep pressuring it, but if I move from there anywhere, I almost want to bring this back. And now the best you could do is, okay, you would take, right, like now. It's actually fine because of the simple fact that that check won't do a whole lot. Now if they take, I take, so it still leaves their pawns double stacked. If I take, seemingly for free, what does it do for me? Right, is it possible that they actually made a mistake? But the bigger mistake could just be this. Anything they do, I should be able to come back, and I'm also still double covering this, so I don't see any other opening that happened. Even if they go here, I can still take. Even if they go there, I can still block. But perhaps they could do this and then this, because even if I block, I won't be able to cover that. So that part is pretty clear, but I'm still generally happy with the way that played out. Right, though that was a pretty good take on the pawns. More so even about the position, not even the. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's cute, I guess. There shouldn't be a whole lot else you can do. You can take that. Take that, and now you're threatening here. So I could give a check, or I could just take this. Now, what they could do is they could set up to double take. No, they can't even. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So they can't even do that. So now I'm very happy to take this. And the reason why is because now we're in a very good position with the double pass pawns here. You're attacking that again, but I don't see what else you can do because there really is no great opening here. Now here's the kind of position where I would love to trade the queen. Okay, they kind of fell apart a little bit unless I'm getting overconfident. They played very well most of the game. Ah, fuck. At least it's pinned down to that, so now we're trying to set up for something here with respect to. I don't know if that's maybe a bit presumptuous to do, but for now, at least the rook is stuck there. This wouldn't succeed in killing it, though, because of the simple fact that you have the ability to. These positions become kind of annoying to deal with. You can't just simply do it because I'm already, putting a certain amount of pressure there. Even if you go back, now I could unleash and do a check and do that. So you can't go back to the back rank. You have to go back to somewhere else. You can stay in the same lane. You have the ability to take a pawn. You have the ability to obviously. I try not to use the mouse or the arrows too much. Now this is actually bad for you, and I think it's because what it does is it opens up the ability to now you're getting forked on those two. So I don't see how that helps you. I guess the fact is you can do it here and keep kind of going around, but I don't like where my king is given that, but it shouldn't come into play really too much. So now you get to do this to give a check. Or wait a second, I may have just blundered my queen because you could have just taken and neutralized the check, and then I would have gotten the queen back, I guess, but that wasn't what I thought it would be because And that was actually a mistake. I thought it would be better. So now you can go like this. I'm just assuming they can't do a whole lot. They can't give a check. It wasn't like a big mistake because you would have still gotten it back, but it wouldn't have been very worthwhile because it's not like I would have taken that back. So it would have just been, see, like you're putting so much time and effort in the game, and then one move you just kind of take for granted and fall asleep or something. That I wasn't actually expecting to happen at all, and so I might actually made it or something. You go here, you could still try to. You can try to go here, try to go block here. If you go here, I can just kind of keep going back and forth, which maybe they would try to force a draw in doing that. These are the kind of just asinine positions that you end up in. Like, it's annoying because they're trying to be annoying. They're trying to just be, you know, and I can't blame them because otherwise they would be losing, but it's definitely a very annoying spot to be in. So now you could bring the queen in there, but it doesn't do anything for now. I shouldn't even say anything in case I'm, giving them ideas in case they are sniping me, because it wouldn't be hard to imagine. Nobody's going to go out of their way to snipe you, or they wouldn't even know you're streaming, but when it's right there, it's so tempting, isn't it? Now, this is going to be objectively a bad move, and it's probably going to lose me the game, because you're going to have all kinds of crazy, stupid-ass shit that you can do, right, that's just going to be annoying as fuck. And I'm going to walk myself into it because I'm just a lazy clown. Like, I'd rather take the draw at this point. I would rather do it. But I won't because I'm too honorable of a player, I guess. Like, you're so close to doing something good, but you won't be able to actually do it. Give a check there, give a check there. Like, anybody with half of a fucking brain can see that, but I'll still do it because I don't care. And now you can do that. Like, I give up. I can't play the game of chess because I'm telling you what's going to happen, but I just don't want to see a draw. I could have easily just done it there because it feels like you deserve something. It feels like you should win, and it's just not meant to be. Yeah, I can't fucking play, man. Like, I'm so triggered. Fine, what do? I take the draw. I take the draw, or I figure out some other crazy sequence that you would have to do to. It probably is a draw. Or I probably blundered something better I could have done into a draw. Like, I don't know. It's just not fun because you can do that so often. And I often do that to people too. Like, they're going to win or they're winning or whatever. They played better, but it doesn't matter because you can kind of do something annoying and squeeze the position into, a time issue or a draw issue or something like that where it's too easy to do that, right? That's why either you maybe have to just do a classical game or I don't know. So you're supposed to give a check here, which is maybe what? Like, I don't know what it is. So you can't let him give that check. But what if you do this? Then you can still give that check. Or you can't. Okay. I don't know, man. Like, that just... They were taking the draw. They were taking it. Like... Or maybe they weren't. Maybe they could have won from doing that. Like, let me see actually how it... Or yeah, that I pretty much realized as it happened. But even if you did it, shouldn't I still be able to promote? Like, it's fine. You're blundering a win, not a loss. Like, you would have been in a better spot. Or even that. I guess I can agree with that because if you take back, oh, that's so simple too. Like, just take and then you're gonna promote. Okay, I can kind of understand that, but then why are you losing? You should still be drawing. Or oh, you can just do like that then. or whatever. You have some sort of other mate. So I guess it was worse than I thought. But yeah, just simply taking the rook is kind of a funny thing. I guess I didn't realize how simple that could be. But yeah, I don't know. I'm losing these games in very minute ways, so at least it shows you maybe the level of play is a little higher. But what was the like on average? You're not losing to something like super. Although my accuracy wasn't very good there. Um, I don't know. You're losing to more sort of nuanced things, which is surprising that that's even happening. But I guess you should expect it. But it's obviously something deliberate that I'm doing too. Where you don't go on streaks like this by accident, right? It's like I'm playing deliberately a certain way just because I'm lazy or something else. So let's see what this next art is. Oh yeah, is Light Yagami an absolutist character? Like where the best way to describe it is that absolutism, ability defines all, morality defines how it is used, game theory, every character is a piece on the board basically. So, Light is the strongest piece, and like Near and Mellow combined are stronger, or something like that is how they try to frame season 2. But the whole absolutism idea is the fact that like you wouldn't question your measure of what you're trying to do from the beginning of the show. Like once he gets the notebook, he decides to, okay, I'm going to be like this godlike figure and try to change the world and kill criminals and reduce crime, right? And so the point is that he never wavers from that. He never questions, oh, is what I'm doing right or wrong? It's just a matter of his ability to actually execute it, right? So it's like L decides what he's doing is right, trying to catch Kira, and Light decides what he's trying to do is to be Kira and get away with it, etc. So I won't say that set actually bothered me at all. That, sometimes I'd say, oh, that might distract me, but this one's gonna fucking distract me, I bet. The Pokemon one here. I feel like there's a better Pokemon one too that comes about later. Let me see. Oh, you can't even use it though. Because the pawns are not going to appear, which is kind of unfortunate. I would have been fine using it. But the problem is when they make these where they're so different, right? Both sides are different, so now it becomes very confusing. Or I guess I complain about that on the other one though. Oh, they both have Pikachu, they both have, the same things, but they're not actually, they look kind of too similar, so either they're just turned in different directions or they're just slightly different shades. Sometimes they don't get across the color properly. Like, what are they supposed to do? Give Pikachu blackface or something to portray the fact that he's, a black piece. It doesn't work as well because they want to preserve the way the character actually looks. Rotate 90 is not a valid piece set. It's more so a theme, so I'm not going to do that. I think I may have even used it when I was going through the other thing. Rainbow. So I keep using this as like the default set when I'm not, when it just changes them here. So I suppose this should count as long as everything works. So let me try to do something here, but I'm not too happy about it, or it could get extremely confusing because even though my pieces are sort of like a darker tint, it's not a case where it's super obvious to tell. So that doesn't really do anything at all. So can I just do this, or is he gonna do something to fuck me over? And I bet he will. You could go like this and you're hitting, no, that doesn't even happen. Sometimes you're like double attacking this in a way that's very hard to protect, but like for example, why couldn't this be good to do? Because now you're double attacking this and you can't block it with a pawn, so theoretically it should work, but there'll be something with my own king that fucks me over. But I don't really see anything too crazy. If you go to here, I can take. I'm gonna try to do it, but I don't. But even if you get there, I don't know. So I'm clearly posing this attack that you can't seem to stop. You can at best block it, or maybe you can do something. You could just go back, but the point with stuff like that is even if you could stop something, it's like sort of suboptimal with exactly how you go about doing that. So it's like not worth the trouble. right? That's always like a higher level concept to think that, like, even that's fine, because not only should I win a pawn, I should also be able to basically, well, you win a pawn and it shouldn't put my king or anything at risk because everything is still pretty much the same with the position. So that's fine. So now you bring the knight into there, you're attacking that, which doesn't do anything. None of those moves actually seem to. Oh, you're attacking the bishop itself. I could just go back to where I already was because you're not posing any other meaningful threat that I can see. Use sort of tunnel vision, like I'm thinking about, oh, the double attack here potentially or something else, but you're missing the most obvious threat of all. So let me see what they can do. You go here, I can take. So this bishop is a little bit turned around now because I could have maybe just stayed in that way on that side. Now you can go like this and you can try to, this is where you'd like to try to start trading stuff off in a way that you can try to simplify the position, because I'm not at a major advantage, but their position's a little busted, not the least of which could come down to um I would take, they would take. I would take. Oh, well, the fact is I can take with the queen, otherwise that would be a nasty thing to do because you could unleash like a check and then take my queen with that. So I should have maybe given that at least a little bit more thought. Um but anywhere you go with the knight, like you could do this for example, because then I at least have to address the queen's position. So let me see what I can do here. You're not posing like a double threat or anything, so I don't fully get what this is about. But it becomes just awkward. Like there's nowhere good to move the queen. I almost, you know what, this might actually be good. This sort of settles everything down a lot to where you just have to make the best of it. So it's not a great position to be in, but it's fine. So this, I kind of want to develop something. You're hitting something there. I don't really care too much about it. You could do either this or this. I don't know why I always feel like this is a bad move, that I prefer to do this, but they can still come in, but then it doesn't actually do anything. They could bring the thing. They'll bring like that otherwise. I'm sure that's a mistake, but I don't know exactly how, so I'll just do it anyway. Take. There probably was a mistake there. It's again coming down to the same sense of laziness that you're trying to basically get away with just fucking doing as little as possible. Which that's another sign of it right there. Um and this guy doesn't seem very good. Oh, he's only 1598. They're giving me weaker matchups too because I'm on such an incredible losing streak. But I don't know what to tell you. Take. So normally I wouldn't mind doing that to sort of shut down the kingside pawn push. But here I can't even do it, so let me see what I can do. Almost go like this. They would take, I would take, they can't take. They'd be hitting this as well. You know, some of these positions are starting to trigger me with just how inorganic and contrived they are, which you'll start to see more and more of that, I guess, as you get to a moderately even higher level. But something is just weird about it. Like, it's just everything is unnatural. It's not smooth. But you can say, oh, that's because you're bad or you're not playing well. But I always play kind of the same way. And in fact, my style. Wait, what? Well, my style is kind of more like. It's more like. I don't know. It's just different than what we're seeing kind of play out. But you just had mate, I thought. This is why I was even saying, right? Like, you could trade. You could try to trade in this position and it would be good, but I cannot explain how people are playing. Like, it's very unusual. Because it's sort of creating these uncomfortable positions. Like, what did I do that was so bad? Like, I just, well, I guess I can't complain if I'm doing stuff like that, but no, it's just, I'm not comfortable in a lot of these games. That's my issue. Right, at this point, it doesn't matter. Like, it's, you already had mate and won, like, a couple times, I thought. And I'm just not putting forth the effort, so I'll probably take a break from doing this for a while anyway, because I've begun to do that PVZ bonus series. I was just trying to stabilize a little bit, or I was on a pretty good roll there where I was at like 1725. Maybe you could say that's partly because of a provisional thing, but I don't think it was actually. It wasn't treating me as provisional, I even though I hadn't played in like a couple months. It wasn't treating me like that somehow. Okay, I'll do one more, but again, I'm playing at a very just low effort level. That's the only way I can explain it. You have to kind of be more immersed. Like, at some point, you're just kind of bored or you just don't care. Right. If you play like that, then obviously you're going to just make mistakes, especially in a time format that doesn't suit me. But then again, you know, I would be the same way probably in classical. I would just say, fuck it, you know, I'm not going to use the time that I have. And so, what good is it? But at least then I feel like I have zero, not even excuse, but zero reason. Right. At least now it's like, okay, maybe the fact that it's 10 minutes makes me play a little differently, but I still have plenty of time left. So, you know, in all of these games. So it's not really a good excuse. Randomized doesn't really work because um well, I wish I could understand based on one of these positions whether they're actually randomized or not. Like, I would I'll now have to go to the analysis and then look at it again. It almost doesn't look randomized. It almost looks fine. Like, how is that randomized? Isn't that a normal fucking board? Oh, they keep changing like over time like that. Okay, it doesn't show it properly like when you're looking at it from a distance. Let me go ahead. We'll change the board. I'm not too happy with how I'm playing though. You know, we worked so hard to get to 1700, and I obviously didn't appreciate or value it myself. 'Cause again, you can go on kind of a bad streak, but that's different. This is like it almost gets to the point where it feels like you're deliberately throwing. This is rice and beans, which appears to just not be working. Will that thing stay open? No, it won't. Okay, let me just do it from here, I guess. Maybe it'll be more visually clear. That's the main problem with this, is a lot of them don't work, and it's impossible to keep track of it. Royale. Okay, that's actually pretty beautiful. A little trophy horse thing that we like. So, okay, let me do one more. We did the set, we did the board, we did that. So this is actually my kind of a cheesy final title, but the world first clear complete of the run. Obviously, super hard mode, and whatever, just like I'm scanning it, almost like I'm turning it into a bazooka or a gun or something, like, oh, target acquired. Or it doesn't even have to be like that. Like, turn it into a first-person shooter. It's more just like, whatever, like you're scanning it like in fucking Metroid Prime or something. Right, using the Game Boy Horror in first person. And I did struggle with that, despite that not really being very different from for the hard mode. Right, because Van Gore is far, far harder, but I guess I was still a little burnt out and struggling with that too. I mean, it's still a moderately hard fight, but yeah, that's what chess players actually in reality have no respect for at all. It's not about, oh, money or tutors, or, well, they don't have respect for money in a different way, because how smart are you as a chess player if you do something for 20 years that only makes you minimum wage, right? Not saying money is all important, but it's not exactly the best. Um, it's not exactly the best thing to do in that capacity. So if they raise, if you raise, something like that. Um, so what happens is you basically feel like why would you make a move like that when you should be developing instead? Like, I can't even explain that. Just because I want to trade something off. I mean, neither of us are developing very well. But no, my point is that I forgot what I was saying. See, that in itself I consider very good, even though it doesn't double the pawns, even though it really doesn't do much of anything, although it does win you a pawn here. It's a case where, oh yeah, like, chess players just don't respect time, because whatever you do, it's like, imagine playing one game this much. Like, wouldn't you think that you probably should be pretty good at it? Like, whether it be you're studying in a formal sense or even just learning through experience, to whatever extent that it's not really ideal to play chess like that. But see, now I care a lot less about this, because even though it's uncomfortable and quite frankly inexplicable what I'm supposed to do with the fucking pawns here, the reality is that it doesn't matter as much right now, because you're comfortable, because the queen's off the board and everything like that. Sometimes it'll throw you these freebie matchups almost, with respect to giving you it'll throw you a freebie matchup because you're going on a bad streak. Now imagine how long it's going to take me back to get back to 1700. Probably pretty much for fucking ever. So I just give up and I don't even care, because I'm going to be doing a fucking, I'd rather do a casual card game than this shit. But no, the amount of time it would take you to do something is exactly the problem with the perception. Because again, if you play as long as even I've played, it's not impressive. Nothing I'm doing isn't, well, relative to how many thousands of games some of these people have played, it can be impressive. But it's like, that would explain it, right? You're explaining your success. Oh, if anybody played this long, you should probably, you know, be at least decent, or better than whatever. So, like, I don't get it. It's not a big deal, and it's like, why can't I just do this then? It's going to be covered by that. You're going to go here. I can't figure out how to clear out these pawns in such a way that you'll have some more free mobility. Like, the fucking knight can't move at all. So you'll be double attacking that. So this in itself is not really satisfactory. So now this pawn is going to be a bad anchor position. That doesn't do anything. The one thing you want to try to not allow to happen in situations like this is you don't want the knight to be covered there, because then it can kind of block your rook's ability to move. Now that could unleash, but it's not going to unleash in a meaningful way. So I could almost turn that against them, like this. If you take, I take. right? If you take, I simply take, which is not really a big deal, but I mean, these are the little minute gains you have to try to do. But no, again, if you play a certain amount, you will certainly be in a position to you will certainly be in a position where you're able to it explains your success or it explains something. So again, if you play chess for literally the first time, which people would probably lie about and pretend something else, but if you do that and you're not, well, you can't take that, otherwise I'll take your stupid ass thing. um if you played it for the first time and you were really good, I could understand that, but the problem is that you're in a position of not being able to do that at all, and the reason why is because you're able to um again, it's through experience. Like, nobody is just good right away. Even the best players take a long time to improve. So it is a certain level of commitment that you're sort of ignoring and missing. This guy seems pretty bad, but look who's talking when I'm playing at one of my lowest levels, like fucking ever. That I just don't get it. So this guy's unworthy of being 1648, clearly, based on some of the opponents we're seeing. Not that I'm doing anything that crazy either, but this is maybe not too bad. And I could even do that, or maybe I almost have to do it. Because the rook can't really do a whole lot to me, or I guess it kind of can, but you go there, you can go like this. Oh, this guy's really bad. Like, how is this possible, you know? You see the insane level that some of these people are playing at. But again, sometimes I'm just being lazy and blunder something obvious, but these are the kind of wins you got to get where just give me a couple easy wins like that, and then I don't mind getting clowned by some tryhard. But yeah, just keep that in mind that, like, you have to have no respect for time, because you realize, oh, based on how much time you put in, then it's far less impressive with it's far less impressive because of the simple fact that you're able to realize the time commitment put in. So it only really matters then at the absolute highest level, but then it's all still relative. Like, you're comparing one person who put in an insane amount of time to another person who put in an insane amount of time. So now it doesn't feel like it matters quite as much. But no, those repetitive sort of back and forth check, check, check for draw type stupid ass positions really trigger me. So basically, just end games in general. Okay, so today I'll continue trying to get back to 1700, and the art that we have here for our little permadeath cosmetic thing that we do, I change the set, I change the board, I change the background every single time that I lose a game, just as a fun little background series of part of this. But the point is that this one was like the finale of the first full series that I actually uploaded on this YouTube channel, which was still, I mean, I did it like over 2 years ago, or it's almost been 3 years since I actually did it and actually came back to streaming. But it took me so long to actually finish uploading, and probably at least 6 months to maybe a year by the time I finally finished that. And it's one of the only series that maybe I've uploaded in full. It might actually be the only one where I've uploaded from start to finish of the whole thing. And maybe because it was a world first clear, because it was such a good, memorable one that I felt like doing it. But it took me a really long time, and maybe that's part of the reason why that, oh, I want to make like a little thumbnail for it or some shit. I don't really know, but yeah, it's the case where, why can I like hear myself? Oh, I have some weird audio on like my phone that I'm watching chat. Um yeah, it's a little annoying that I've fallen back to here, because this is what sometimes happens, whether you become overconfident or something. But instead of trying to make a push for 1800, now I'm back to, trying to make a push for 17 that I was already at. So it's a little hard to explain how this happens, but you just have to keep a high effort level the whole way through. And it's weird to explain that. Like, how could your level of play change or drop that much? I can tell you that that's either a good sign or a bad sign. It could be a good sign because they're a clown and they don't know what they're doing, or it could be like a GM doing some sort of speedrun shit, which you're not really even meant to do on here. People would defend it kind of blindly because whatever, they're fanboys of all these fucking streamers and stuff, but it's generally pretty bad for the sites and bad for the game to do that, because you should make it very clear going into the match, like, okay, this guy is actually smurfing and I shouldn't have to put up with that. Because if it's anybody else, you'd say, oh, that's cheating. So why did they get to effectively cheat? Like, they are cheating, but it's okay because, oh, they're big streamers, and you know what I mean? Like, if I played like that at this low level, they'd ban me or something, even if it's just a fluke or I just get lucky or I'm just that good. That's also problematic too. Like, I think it happened with Ali Reza or somebody when they were young, or maybe Nordebek. Like, see, I don't know actually how to even deal with this. They raise it and then I raise it again, or they're playing very weird. But no, like, somebody who's really good, but they've never played over the board or something, it's like, how would they prove they're not cheating? They could just be a prodigy who's like, you know what I mean? Who just is sort of untapped talent. So you could be the next big thing. You could be on your way to becoming a grandmaster, but you've just never played in that sort of setting. And so you're able to, oh, you get to 2,500 here, and they'll say, oh, you're cheating because you're not even a titled player. But how do you know that they aren't one? They just haven't gotten to events, or they couldn't, So it's kind of unfair for younger players like that. I kind of like this move, even though, I don't know, it just looks cute, but it doesn't really do anything. Hey, Thu, how's it going? Okay, this is fine. But no, I'm amazed at how much your play can just randomly drop like that. Like, nothing's really changed. I took maybe 2 months off of playing standard chess generally because I was just trying to do the variants instead to sort of celebrate that. But I don't get how it can change or drop off that drastically. Now, the only problem with this is maybe I would have wanted to put it there, but I really don't. I kind of like going somewhere here, but it just doesn't quite work. I guess I'll just commit to this pawn structure. Let's see. They're going to double attack that. I can't seal it off yet, so let's just do this. They're playing a very unusual game right now. Like, I don't know what the hell this is. This is a terrible opening move. I'm certainly no expert on opening theory, but my problem is that I can never punish these positions. Like, I'm so defensive minded that I might be able to survive what they're doing, but I give them too much initiative where, I let them get away with it. I'm often up a piece, I'm often in a better position, or I'm at least up a little amount of material, +1, +2. But this might actually be good to sort of secure that diagonal. And then they're sort of compelled to trade. See, like, this is a good trading nuance to my pink flamingo style that I call it. Like, you could do this, right? And oh, that's just a simple trade. But let's deny them the initiative of bringing the queen out, and now it forces them to trade the bishop instead of trading for the knight. And the reason why is because if they don't, then I'll double take it. I guess the problem though, what if they just move back? Then they deny the trade altogether, but I could still take that one. So you're trying to go for like a little better trade, even if my core philosophy is still just to trade, period. But then I guess I can't. No, I could do it because now I guess an annoying move they could have made is that. So now I have to, but they can't. They can't even move that. So see, now I trade on my terms more, where I prefer that too, because the knight is just not that good of a piece overall. You tried analyzing every game without the computer. I guess I don't really analyze it even with the computer. I usually just don't like to analyze, period, but I probably should. Or I'll just look at it very, very briefly. But yeah, that's what the computer's for. Everybody's lazy and spoiled by it, by today's standards. So you can't really move that. I'm actually reasonably comfortable with how things are going here, but they just play such a weird opening that, like, even queenside castling, like, no serious good player actually queenside castles. It just doesn't happen, right? Nobody does that. It's just not a good thing to do. It comes into play in like 5% of games, and if I lose those 5% of games because I don't do it, then I'm fine with it. Like, the vast majority of time. But yeah, that's probably a good thing to do, but in general, I should just try to analyze, period. You know, so even if I get here, you can push it out, like, nothing really good to do with the knight. This is pretty good to do, to try to open that diagonal towards the king side. You could also try to just do it here, I guess. I think this seems like a pretty good move, but then this pawn is so isolated. In fact, I think I'm already... No, it's fine for now, but there's so many things you want to try to do here, but they have all the initiative because I'm not doing anything to punish them. There's so many things you can do here, and so I'm not good in these kind of positions where I'm sort of meant to attack. I think if you do this, like, let's sort of force their hand with the en passant. Although my queen's going to get sort of stuck in there too. So maybe I shouldn't do that. It's just annoying. Okay, let's try to go for the center here. Just annoying. Like, something's going to happen where my queen's actually going to get trapped. Okay, I'm more than happy to do that. I don't care. Right, so now the position favors me because nobody ever beats me when they don't have a queen, clearly. Unless I do something incredibly stupid. They just have no attacking options out. That is like the ultimate, you know, death knell of a player. If you trade your queen against me, you're just not going to win. Like, I can pretty much guarantee it. Unless you flag me or something really crazy happens. Because whatever attack they were trying to do... Never mind even that. But maybe I even missed that before too. See, like, we both missed. No, I guess not. But like, they missed one thing, which led to them missing another thing, which is just obviously that the pawn that they blundered, they also didn't check to see that it wasn't covered then. This is not too big of a deal. Let me see. You shouldn't be talking down yourself if... Oh, if you suck. It's like censored. I don't know why they censored that. If you suck, the word you too. It should just be the word suck that would be censored then. If you suck at something, you should do it more often. Yeah, I mean, it feels like so often everything is just so easily preventable. So I get lazy. Like I know exactly what's happening, but I just sometimes you take it for granted, so you're not really looking for it. I don't understand this, but it seems fine. Let me just make a simple move like this. Yeah, time is my biggest issue, which really just shows you I should play classical, but it's kind of not as fun when you don't have a ton of time, which just sums up chess in general. Like, if you don't have a lot of time, you just shouldn't even play chess, period. Because no matter what you do, it's going to be very time consuming. Everything with this just seems dumb. Because then you can do weird stuff like this, but it wouldn't even matter. Now I'm just kind of going off any sort of strategy I should be doing. I should just be trying to trade again, but you gotta watch this. I don't care. Like, I just want to trade something. So yeah, see, like even here, I know that probably I'm not doing the best moves, but you know, whether because of time or whether because I'm up a little, I just kind of want to force some sort of outcome here. So that, yeah, that's a good problem to have. My biggest weakness is when I'm doing well, I start to play bad because I get cocky or take it for granted. But no, this should be easy. I just don't really care. Like, go ahead, take it. I'm double stacked, so if you move a rook, I can easily just do the trade here, for example. And that should seal it. Yeah, these are all fine. I made some good trades earlier, then I start making some suboptimal ones. As long as the rook can't come into here, you're good, which it seemingly can't do. But now, see, this this is one of those moves, like just offer up the trade, like just on a silver platter. Those moves are never really good, but if they find something like above and beyond, so you could try to make an octopus knight here, or I guess it is a good trade because then you are getting a passed pawn too, or then you're getting a pawn period. Okay, they're just not putting out much resistance, so this should be easy. That's the thing. Sometimes these games are easy, but you should never expect them to be easy. That's the thing. I always just feel like I get tilted by that. Like, you feel like, oh, I should be in a good position and I should be winning and whatever, but then if I'm not, I get triggered like, oh, why do I actually have to work so hard for this outcome when you're already +5 and you're already, you know, doing so many other things. So that you're hitting pretty well. He's definitely opening up a lot on the other side, like to be able to take there and stuff, but it's like this rook is just in a weird spot. Wait, this would be posing some good threats. You can just take that period. They always have so much time, so it shows you it's their problem too. It's not that players at this level aren't better than what they do, right, than how they play. It's more just that they choose not to really think as hard as what they obviously could, myself included for sure. So now you can unleash this, you can take this, you can double take. Don't just not thinking. I mean, now you're fine with not thinking too hard. Yeah, that's exactly my problem. Is that happens too often, but then when you actually do have to think, like, even that's fine, I don't care. It'll be like a more marginal advantage. Like, you'll be up only by a little bit, and then you kind of, you know, don't do it all the way. Like, even here I'm fucking up a little bit, but it's fine. And I kind of really hate endgames. Like, they can be so stale and repetitive sometimes where it's sort of obvious what's going to happen, but then you just don't, I don't know, you don't have this big of an advantage, so it doesn't work as well. Okay, that's fine. Or what actually is the case is, like, a lot of the time they'll give you too much credit. Like, they'll resign, but honestly, if they played it out and dragged it out, I might, not in that game, but in a lot of games, you might actually lose because, like, what is there really instructive to learn about that? I don't feel like there's a single instructive thing that happened there, aside from for them that what the opening they're playing is completely garbage, right? That there's nothing. This is a forced win. Yeah, I just mean in general. Like, you'll be in a position where, I don't know, like, I'll be up by only a little bit, but then I'll sort of fuck it up. Yeah, their opening is garbage. That trade was kind of a little good that I sort of denied a great trade, or I mean a good trade for a great trade kind of a scenario. This is fine. This is just a free piece. I mean, again, what are you really learning? If they play really badly and just give you free pieces, you'll win, yes. Like, and so half the games, you know, you'll win because they give you a free piece for no reason. You'll lose because you give them a free piece for no reason. So nobody's really learning anything, and it's just completely garbage. Like, what's the point of even playing the game? Okay, let's do another one. But this is the problem. It's gonna take me forever, even if I win every game, because it's just irritating. Like, to go on such an insane streak has nothing to do with your ability. It's like you don't just randomly lose. Like, I wasn't just 17, I was like 1725 even, so I was going on a good streak because I stopped playing as soon as I hit 1700 for a while. Really, this is not even close to instructive. What, that whole game or just the overall style of play? Okay, that's good, I guess. Let me see. This is kind of an okay pawn structure, actually, given the darks for bishop. But I won't worry about that yet. Or wait a second. Couldn't they have already just done that? You could also go the other way and just pin it. So if they take... I could take this, but then it creates a problem with your king not being castled yet. So I definitely don't want that. No, but it's awkward either way. It's like you want to cover it, but you want to cover it with something else. I would take, they would take, I would... They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Like, this is kind of weird. This should be fine, because now you take with the queen, and then you can go here. It's like these kind of pawn structures, you would immediately think, oh, it's just terrible, and you shouldn't let that happen. But there are times where you really can't help it, and it's actually fine. I have tilted much worse. That whole game was garbage. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take wins like that anytime I can get them. They could go like this, and that's only mildly annoying. I don't like all this early game queen movement. Like, they're overdoing it, which is usually pretty bad, but... Okay, that's fine. His light square bishop is in purgatory the whole game now, but... Let me try to actually keep putting a certain amount of pressure, for which reason I don't know why I'm doing it. Because here you're almost forced to take, because if you don't take, they're going to take no matter what. Let me just try to castle. Yeah, it's an annoying move, because you don't really want to address it, but then not addressing it is also annoying. Like, they'll take, I'll just take, and it's fine. They go here, I can easily just move the rook. It's not a big deal. They're being so annoying. Like, why are you playing the opening like this? And you might say, oh, you should take with the bishop, so you... No, but the pawns are too important here. Like, that's going to be too fucked up if I don't do it. Okay, this is perfectly fine. It triggers me in the opening when they think they're actually doing something. Like, who do you think you are that you actually... Yeah, you're a 1600 and you're like a god opening player. Like... Wait, why isn't that thing in my title? Oh, I actually forgot to put it. Maybe that's good, so then I don't get sniped, and that actually does sometimes hurt me, but... That's like a really loser's mentality, shitty excuse. So if they takes, yeah, I would do it for the sake that you're trying to compel a trade, obviously. But it's okay. If I take, you can't do anything. I could easily take that. And I wouldn't mind if he takes this. So let me try to turn it into something a little better. This seems fine, because then, okay, I'll elevate my queen to there. And then we're double attacking this. Nothing crazy, but it's fine. That really is actually what I was doing before. I was still doing my trade fiend mentality, which people might sometimes criticize or say, you can't just base a whole style of play and everything around. Or I could do this too, but what I was doing is I was being at least a little more selective, and I was also being a little faster too. Like I wasn't flagging as much. That was really the only difference. Other than that, I was playing the same way I always would. My worst tilt ever was probably when I was 1900. I authorized. What are you now, by the way? Authorized to create a new account and tilted so hard I went back to 1400. Of course, I climbed back up after, just as temporary. Yeah, with the provisional stuff, when you make a new account, it can be weird. Because, you're gaining and losing so much. So if you just lose 1 or 2 games, you get screwed. This is for chess.com. Rating so you know it's bad. Yeah, that happened to me kind of when I first made my account again on here, because it's like I was still bad, right? I'm not saying like, oh, I should have been 1500, but you go on a bad streak at the beginning and then it's very hard to recover because then you lose the provisional boost. Like, so you lose 3 and you get to like, 1000. Then I win 3, but then I only get to like 1150 because they keep reducing how much you get, right? The more you play. So it's a little bit unfair. This is not at all the move I was expecting, but this is actually fine, I guess. In fact, this could be pretty devastating for them. Gotta always double check everything. I mean, at the very least, you'll just trade it, which is fine with me. In fact, that's always what I want to do. Like my desire to trade goes up tenfold when you just have the option to trade the queen. And now the pawns don't matter as much. It just makes everything so much simpler. Even though that is a very ugly structure for sure. 2100, 22. That is pretty good. On Chess or chess.com or both. It tends to be pretty similar once you get to that stage. I feel like at this rating, it's much more inflated. On here, like, I wouldn't be this high. I would be like more like 1500 on there right now. This is problematic because if you move that, I guess it's not a big deal. But see, this is where the knight just kind of wastes your time. Now I have to go out of my way, make this move, and then I have to, it would have been just an easy take on the pawn and open the king, and it would have been perfect. So the knight serves no purpose other than just to get in the way and be a target, which is actually a pretty provably true point, right? There are so many positions where the knight is not an active piece, even for moderate players, good players. It's just like even in the opening is a perfect example, right? It can just so easily get targeted and get pushed back by pawns. So you're not really trying to do anything with the piece. You're just trying to develop it, get it out of the way, and it just becomes a target and it gets pinned and it gets pushed back, and it's like just a pain. Okay, this piece I don't mind losing because what you're going to do here is, well, you can't even do it though because of this. Okay, you'll hit that. Once again, it's the knight because you have to keep that connected. You may be better off even doing this, which seems weird, but you have to address this. You'll do the trade first. And then everything's fine, I guess. I try not to say sometimes what I'm thinking too, because there is well, my thing's not even appearing here though, because it sort of advertises like, please snipe me. Haven't played on Lachas for maybe 6 months. Okay, so all you have to do now is just... That's not actually what I was expecting that he would do. I mean, you can just go on a trade frenzy here, I guess. So once again, the knight is just there like a sitting duck, but it's just so annoying. Like, objectively, people always try to fight me on that too, but it's pretty validated. Like, it just poses so many problems for you. You could try to do this again. It's just going to become a target yet again. I don't mind even if he does that and wins the pawn, but it's like you shouldn't have that mentality. It's just not going anywhere. Like, now you're still going to be giving the runaround. You can just do that so many times. Okay, he doesn't do it, thankfully. Right, he's more interested in addressing my threat than just simply threatening it again. So this is okay. You could easily move the rook and probably win that at some point. I got to get it in like some sort of octopus knight position, but this is itself annoying because you can't really do anything with it. If I could just trade this shit off, I guess this will be fine. I shouldn't worry about it too much. Okay, they're only +1, which is really not that consequential at all, especially when it's like a double stack shitty pawn like that. This is what I mean. Is it really going to be like a better player would say, like what we have in chat right now? Like, oh, this would be a win for black. And you'd well, maybe not even, but, and you'd probably be right. But it's like, are they really going to be good enough to do exactly what they would have to do to win that? So now you got to figure out where could they move the light square bishop that would be problematic. And obviously it's this. I was even accepting that I'd probably lose that. So now I'm just giving them sort of more options that they could take this potentially too. There's going to be something where you just get mated. Like where this is a very awkward pawn structure coming back to bite me. But that won't happen until I do that first. So you're accepting that this is just gone. This isn't going to even be covered now, so there's so many fucking problems with this. Okay, you hit that, which is fairly predictable, but I don't know why I did it anyway then. But no, it's like, it wasn't that bad of a position, so I don't know why I keep wasting this point. So you go down here, you try to double attack that, you can hit this, which I already knew. I mean, the knight is just 100% to blame for this whole game. And it could be my failure to use it, but I don't seem to have that problem with any other piece, because I'm not saying that I'm using other pieces optimally either. It's just, quite frankly, I wasn't trying to do anything with it the whole fucking time. Like, I wasn't trying to do anything. I'm gonna flag because of it. Like, I don't care. Okay, that's good. Did they actually make a mistake, or was that somehow part of their plan? Who knows? Okay, I'm so happy with that. See, nothing makes me happier than that. Now I actually have a chance to draw it because the fucking stupid ass knight is off the board finally. So these two pawns are a little bit annoying, but maybe I can figure it out. If I bring the king too far, though, it could be a problem too. Now they should obviously win. I'm just saying, like, that earlier position wasn't that bad. So I just kind of got triggered by it. This is actually beautiful, though. That was a big miscalculation, I think, on their part. Even though they probably will still win, I don't see why they had to do it like that. Now, the problem is, do I really bring the king all the way across the board? And the answer is, couldn't they just do that? Like, if I... No, I guess I was still on it. This would actually be nah, fuck. It would have been totally worth it. But now what do they do? Like, we just keep going back and forth, or again, it's gonna come down to flagging territory for sure. Or whatever. That's one of those very unsatisfying games. I just don't like it. Like, I should study that middle game position and see how it was obviously a draw. It obviously wasn't that big of a deal. But the knight was just kind of pissing me off. Well, give me a stalemate. I should just go until I lose one even. I don't want to waste too much time doing this. Yeah, fine. Flagging culture strikes again, where there was no real problem with that. But yeah, let's study the knight a little bit in this position. That's kind of the problem with advice. I can't really give you anything that works 100% of the time, give you a somewhat objective view. I would say the issue you are facing with knights is due to what positions I play. But the positions I play favor me to trade stuff off, so especially the knight. So I'm just not doing a good enough job trading them when I need to. It depends really if the position is open or closed. Yeah, I do sometimes favor closed positions because I'm more defensive, which does create that problem where... But see, that would favor the knight and maybe make it easier for me to use, but like... This is perfectly comfortable. I don't have any problem with this. See, like, that is the kind of move that just... It's not a move that you can really explain in the game because it's like... Who would really do that? Why would you really fucking do that? I mean, hey, I'm all for the trade, but now, first of all, you would lose this potentially. Right. But also, it just fucks up your pawn so much. Like, I can't explain that. What I can say, though, is let's try to learn about the knight a little bit. That's a blunder, but it's more just like a winning blunder. Wait, what? Yeah, it's more like a winning blunder that they missed a better opportunity that they had. Again, everything is perfectly drawish, I would assume. Or maybe it's not even. What was this move? Like, you do this for what reason? Like, you just force it to move. So why was I afraid of doing that? Like, I thought they would do that and give the knight a run around, which they exactly do. Like, look at that. Even the engine is fucking getting ran around with the knight. And you don't really... I guess in that position, you would have had to give it up, but... And now maybe the knight is going to have the advantage because that's the one thing, even as much as I love bishops over knights, I would say, obviously in the end game, because you can just touch every square, it's going to be sometimes better. Around here, bishop outplays knight due to endgame being extremely open. Or I guess I'm wrong about that again. In general, the more endgame it goes, the better the bishop is. Yeah, but that was kind of just irritating because... Either, I mean, I don't always trade them both off, but it's just maybe I let it be in a bad position. Like, that one move kind of is what did it, right? It's not about that I have to trade the pawn. It's my desire to move the knight there in a weird way that just feels unnatural. Where was it? It's like here. You take because you'd rather not move the knight. Maybe that's the point. Like, whatever this move is just stupid. And then that same position later on in the game might be exactly what haunts me, right? Just the fact that the knight is in that stupid spot that I didn't want it to be in, but it just made me sort of uncomfortable. So let's say if I take here, that actually is pretty much consistent with my thought process that you would say, wait, but then you're still losing pretty badly, aren't you? Wait. You take there, they take... Oh, no, but they didn't even do it. Like, or wait, I forgot if I even did that. But no, like, I would rather trade the bishop for the knight for a bishop, obviously, but I don't know. Okay, I'll do one more. like I have one more piece of art ready at least for whatever fucking rotation I'm doing. So I'll do it up until if I lose with that one. In general, the more... Okay, I read that. The more the endgame goes, the better the bishop is. But yeah, I mean, I favor the bishop pretty much in all scenarios, but there are some pretty notable games where I've had where I at least have to admit that it's pretty clear, the one knight is going to be better than the bishop just because it's, you can play around the bishop with the pawns, right? To whatever limited understanding even I have, you can play around that, like where just put all your pawns on the light square and then the dark square bishop can't do anything, and then, the knight can actually win you the game. Yeah, I got to trade them off maybe a little bit earlier. Okay, so let's see what this is going to be. It is going to be, for the last time... No, I'm an original. I was playing Do You Copy for the first time. This is also super early on. It's like some random obscure indie game, but it has kind of an interesting premise, like where you're in the... Whatever, you're in like a radio tower and you're trying to guide somebody to it, but then... I can't remember if like they are the monster from the beginning or they're being chased by something, but then they start to mimic that. So then it's actually like you have to guide them the wrong way, otherwise they'll come to the tower and kill you. So it's just some sort of mimic, gimmick that they have there. Royale. Okay, let me use the next one here. Yeah, that was like super early on, like right around when I was playing Luigi's Mansion too. Russian set. Let's see if it actually has every piece that works, which it doesn't. That is so fucking random how just only some of the pieces, or they sometimes just take a very long time to load. Oh shit, I'm even right. You just have to sit there for like a minute at the beginning of a game before. That is bizarre. So now will these load too? Yeah, this is my ideal game. Just don't have the knights even in it, but... Wait, let's change the board as we potentially let it load, but it shouldn't take that long. Damn it. Why has it got to be something so specific? And again, nobody's ever going to go back and update these because they've been there for so long. I'd have to do it myself, probably. I mean, it's not that hard to do it. I just forget how exactly you make these. Oh, here we go. But that's not even a set, so I don't have to suffer through that. Shredder Ortho. This one I kind of don't really like, but it's not... Whatever. It's just I don't like it aesthetically. It's not like some of those where it'll actually make me play worse because it's so distracting and annoying. Okay, so let's do another one, or as many as we can until I lose. Early game knights are quite better. That's understandable, yeah. I mean, you're not going to get it. But then again, not really. I feel like if you really want knights to be insane, go for extremely close position. I just more so don't want them to be a nuisance. I could care less. Like sometimes I get a good octopus knight or something, but I feel like in the early game, they just get bullied around. Like there's so much play about the opening that is based around that. Right, where, oh, they'll play the... Whatever, I don't even know the names of openings, but they'll play the pawn in the opening to... Like, this is what my whole opening is based around, right? Let's say I'm black, so they'll do what I do as white. Now you do this. Now, why do you do this? Because... Oh, they never had this before, actually. Huh, I never noticed that. Like, I would normally, okay, I'll do the King's Indian and just ignore it, but then the knight gets bullied around. So your whole basis of mirroring that is to avoid the knight getting harassed. And then, like, let's say we play it out a little more. Even if we ignore immediately what they're doing here, right? Like, pretend they just do something totally innocuous. You go here, right? Or no, let's say they develop that. You go there now, oh, the knight could get pinned. So now you have another thing to acquiesce to the knight. And then what else? Like, there's so many scenarios where the knight is just a target of something, where it's just annoying. It's not that you can't deal with it, but you shouldn't have to know, oh, the optimal way to deal with it, or just go out of your way so much at the beginning. Okay. Yeah, see, we got... Oh, no, fuck. I was still in that frame of mind. That's not actually what I do at all. But it should be fine. I should still be able to do this, and you just let that pawn go. I don't really care. And yeah, people would say that too. Oh, the King's Indian is refuted. Like, haha, you shouldn't do it. Like, dude, it may be refuted by the engine or at extremely high levels of play, but is it really going to matter at this stage? Okay, let me take my time a little bit. That's actually one of my big tenets too, is I'll take a long time in the opening since I don't really know them. Okay, this seems actually fine. Well, you're not really pinning them though, so that's a bit of an unusual move that they made. Like, I'd be willing to do this trade. Like, we can just do it. Get rid of it. I don't care. Even though I prefer bishops over knights. This guy's provisional, which could mean they're either really bad or really good. You'll never know. Over 14 games. And, you know, like, you want to develop the knight, but you can't because... I don't know. The whole key thing here that maybe I made a mistake in doing that is I have to trade off one knight for a bishop. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to be screwed. Or, quite frankly, I'd be fine with just trading it, period. Even for one of their knights. Or they only have the one knight, obviously, but... Like, this would be... No, I can't do it. You go here, they would take, I would take. If they keep going, I could take the pawn twice. Okay, let's just go here. Interesting perspective. You wouldn't really agree since I play at a high level where you keep the tension a lot, and I usually... Kicking the knights around means you are losing some sort of advantage. Although this is kind of more depending on levels of play. Oh, shit. Okay, I can't really blame the knight for that one. But no, I just find that it causes me so much headache. Fucking, like, even sort of now, but that was just my own stupid... I don't know, I'll just figure it out later. This is fine, I can take... This game I just fucked up at the very beginning because I'm still in the mindset that I'm mirroring their pawn movement back, but obviously that is not the right one. Right, like it would be the kingside pawn, obviously. This pawn is going to be very bad, probably for the rest of the game. And I definitely should not do this trade because of how much I... Wait, that's pin, that's at least decent for something. We could do something with that. But no, like trading this for that would be beautiful. I can't even do it though because of the queen being there. Should probably just move this out of the way, period. Wait, it's not really a bad spot. I just got kind of triggered by the opening a little bit. Nothing is really lost so far. So this is all I really wanted to do, which again is not even really a good move. It's just... See, a better player would have tried to induce this to move to obviously try to take that, but it'll take me like 50 million moves to try to actually do that. Okay, you can still do this because you're going to check. Yeah, that's actually very favorable for me. So we go here, we could potentially take that, although... Oh, okay, they're fucking pinning to that. I can still do this, though. You can do that, then you can take here. They're letting a lot of things slip just like that. Gotta double check it. I'm always shocked when people make mistakes too, because I always feel like, oh, it's their part of their master plan that somehow it'll be a trap and whatever. So this is okay. I wouldn't mind doing this now, I guess. See, at least I got rid of one of the knights. That's the true victory right there. One of them I can deal with. In fact, one of them you often do want. Knight e5 is good. I wouldn't recommend you playing King's Indian Defense, but you are playing something more like a more modern than that. Yeah, I often don't really. It's just to try to castle. Like, I don't have any nuance to it that I'm doing. Okay, this is pretty good too. You go here. He can't take, obviously. We're hitting the knight. Oh shit! And we could even have. Well, because I have to address the queen threat, obviously, but that's a stupid move for a variety of reasons, unless there's something I'm missing with it. Maybe that provisional boost is the only reason why he's there, because no 1700 would really play like this unless it's me when I'm fucking playing like a clown. But, you know, you are threatening this, but the queen's going to be under constant threat, I bet, so I can't really... But it lets you make like a brazen ballsy move now next turn, where I could do something nuts and just, you know, because you are letting that hang. But the thing is, you're not really threatening anything with this here, so you could just move it, right? It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm threatening mate or something. So yeah, the rational thing is just move the fucking rook and everything is fine, despite the pawns that you messed up. This you could hit here, you win another pawn, so that's even more of a natural response. There might be something better that I can do that is I'm just missing, but the knight's not doing anything. This is fine for now. Four years ago, this bro plays 10 games a year. Okay, the knight is no big deal. So, like, technically, I don't have to move my queen, but I obviously should. Right, you don't want to leave it to some chance of something happening later and forgetting about it. I'd love to give that check, but I can't. I kind of don't even like the rook being sort of scrunched like that where it can't go back. But nothing can really target it super well. You may go there with the knight to try to hit it, and then it doesn't have like a really great spot to go to. So the point is, if I want to unconstrict the movement of the knight, and we want to stay attached to this as a threat, we may go here. Even as annoying as this could somehow be, we could just move away, that's fine. So we probably had something better there where I maybe could have played into that idea of attacking the rook, but whatever, I was satisfied with the one pawn, so that's sometimes my mistake too. Although that's still a good problem to have. Like, I'll be happy with, oh, I just won a pawn when I could have won a piece or something better. Or I could have gotten a mate, but I just win a piece and then end up winning later on. It's like, you gotta somehow be willing to do that, but I'd be satisfied with just, you know, I'd be satisfied with those sort of positions where, oh, at least I'm not losing or I'm winning a little material, it's fine. Not like, oh, I have to think above and beyond and do some crazy mate that you would have to do at an over-the-board classical tournament, because if you don't do stuff like that, then you're never going to get anywhere in the long term. So that level of effort I definitely don't have. Like, for now, I barely have the effort level just to fucking, you know, make these basic levels of calculation that I'm doing. It only matters if openings don't really matter. Yeah, I certainly don't know them to any advanced level. You don't really need to. I have an account that only plays 2 move down and is 2000. That's kind of hard to... What does that mean? Like, plays 2 moves down? Like you only play 2 accurate moves into the opening and then you don't really care. Only matters if you're stupid in terms of stupid high in terms of elo. Oh, okay. Knight a6, knight b8. Okay, this seems fine too, so I can leave that threat for now, just move the rook. Yeah, I prefer like just, you get the opening kind of over with and then you worry about something else later. Like you try to, you're not trying to win the game in the opening, and good players don't do that either. But there's this sense of like you just get annoyed by how much back and forth there can be with it. I wish that knight wasn't there so I could just fucking, I could double stack, I could do so many good things. Okay, I'm wasting way too much time here. Like even here, there's an annoying sense of a back and forth where it won't be anything good, but it'll be like, oh, they can go here and attack the rook, and then I have to go back again. So I'm just hoping they don't do it, but or even no, here I could obviously trade. I definitely have that good quality that I always second guess myself. It's just more a question of, that is a form of objectivity. Like in real life, that's a good life lesson. Like you should always doubt yourself because you know how stupid people in general can be, and you are of course a person too. So it's like this hatred for humanity, or like this low opinion that everybody's dumb and they make so many mistakes and they repeat the same mistakes like throughout history and stuff like that. And so they think, oh, this could never happen to us, where we get misled by a political leader or the media or something like that. So if you're skeptical like that in chess of yourself, that can be good. Like you're a moron clown 1700 rated player, so you should expect that you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And so that's fine, but okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, see, just that's that few seconds that I'm doing there is valuable. Some games I just won't want to do that. And then the next level is obviously you got to see something above and beyond crazy mates, and just again, don't look for a good move, don't look for even a very good move, but the best move. But I'm definitely far removed from doing that. But see, that is just an effort thing. You could theoretically do it. I guess just I'm not fast enough to do it too. Basically, you have no advantage whatsoever, and they still allow me to close my position and survive me. And I survive. Like sometimes I really can't believe that even two knights don't, or not two knights, two kings. My mind is just stuck on the knight. 2000s don't understand basic opening principles. But that would be literally me, because if I was to get to anywhere near to 2000 here, that's actually impressive in a way, because how could you do it despite that? But it'll be more like they'll be well versed in some openings, like you may be an expert on a lot, but then there'll be one that really throws them off, right? So it's impossible to judge that. There is no like textbook one. Okay, I'm way too fucking slow. Okay, I want to just do that. Like, there's no way to say. You could be a 2000 who's really good at the King's Indian and such, handful of openings, and then there'll just be one that you've never studied or never cared about. So, okay, that was expected from a while ago, and of course I closed off the ability of my rook to move very well, so that's actually bad. Hmm. Guess I'll just have to live with it. I don't really know. So fucking annoying, man. Now, this is still covered by that, so I have to get the queen out of there. You could take potentially the bishop. If you take, I take with the knight. That knight was just sitting on the back rank the whole fucking game blocking me. But yeah, like, I don't know fucking not only opening principles, but I don't know any opening really besides those two, at least from my perspective that I play. Or I probably do know more than I give myself credit for, but it's like all sort of reactive. Like, I couldn't explain it, but then I'll be like, okay, I've sort of seen this line before, so I kind of know how I typically play against it, whether I'm even doing the best thing. You know, I play a certain way and it typically goes fine, so then it's just all reactive though. I don't really know what I'm doing. I couldn't tell you the name, I couldn't tell you the line, I couldn't tell you anything really. Okay, I'd love to do this trade too. But again, it's just like one of those things. Openings are like vegetables. You just eat them because they're good for you, but they taste bad, but they're good for you. Or just whatever. There's some expression like that that I would use. You just want to get over with them. It's like doing homework. You just want to get over with it so you can be done. Or something. It's something you have to suffer through just so you can get to the good part. Okay, that's very dangerous, so I probably should move the king. Or I could even give a check, or oh, this is it, dude. This is it, because you're gonna force the trade, you're gonna get a passed pawn, but I'm too fucking slow. I don't know if that's a passed pawn that's really gonna be good, but you know, that you'll be able to actually protect it and keep it. So my problem here is that I've just been too slow, and quite frankly, it doesn't feel like their moves have required as much time as they put into them. So normally they wouldn't be this low. They could be easily be at 5 or 6 minutes. Says me, who takes forever for no fucking reason, but it's just okay. So I'd love to do this. It would be a trade still, but they might deny me that, so I have to try to win because of this epic pass pawn push that we're gonna do, but fucking there shouldn't be anything crazy that they can really do right now, though. Like, it's actually going to come down to flagging and pre-moving and all this kind of nonsense, which should not be the case at all at this stage. So we can harass the knight. So this is the same principle. Like, I can't complain about the knight because you know, obviously it's fair. Both players start with the liability, the horseshoe around their neck. But it's the idea that, you know, you got to exploit the weakness of it too. You're going to go ahead, get rid of the knight, and then what the fuck do I do here? We just try to flag them, I suppose. Like, literally, just do it again. But let's go here, actually. You're covering that already. You're going to be double covering it. You can try to make a push for it. They could just come back and be super annoying, but I guess not. But you have a lot of those repetitive things. It's like, you know, oh, if I move here, they can just threaten me. But it might not be the optimal move to do it. But you just make a lot of these back and forth repetitive annoying moves. Which I'm not saying I don't do that either, but... Okay, that's pretty cute. You could trade for the bishop, which is normally pretty annoying, but under this circumstance, it shouldn't matter too much. What? Oh, no, I'm fine with that. Again, I want to trade regardless. Again, should the material and the position really matter with this little time? Probably not, but it's okay. If you trade that, I'm fine with it too. You would think there's that incentive built in, right? That's part of the reason why I like trading, because time is such a big issue for me. We're already playing around the dark square, of course, because I'm such an expert. And then the knight should be better in this kind of position, I would imagine. Because again, I'm already playing around the bishop, so the bishop can't do shit. Right, so I wouldn't want to trade this. And they're just being too needlessly slow when nothing's really even happening. They covered that. Oh, okay. I didn't, but again, with that little time, they shouldn't be able to do shit. Fuck. Knight was free, wasn't? There are insane methods of winning that are only objective. You tried studying basic king endgames. I haven't really studied them, but I guess some of them I know probably from just repetition, I guess. Just king opposition, I guess I've studied that a little bit. I just know the term at least. I mean, just like staying in front of the, which I found really unintuitive, right? Like, it's not something I would naturally do, so I guess I would have had to have looked at it to understand that. Let's see where the knight was free. I mean, there at least I have time to use as an excuse because, you know, it was getting down where that's the big issue. So I did a couple cute little things there, and then they went a pawn, which kind of triggered me a little bit. Otherwise, it's pretty much fine. There's nothing too bad in that game, I guess. Right, so we go there. See, this is what I don't like, though. You're in a really good spot, and then this is my number one kind of move that I make. Even though it worked out fine, right, I'm losing, how much is it? I'm losing +3 just because of my desire to trade, and it's apparently a blunder. But I was so happy. I was celebrating, like, oh yeah, shit, I get to trade, and I get a pass pawn, and I'm like, I'm so excited about that move. I don't even care about the pass pawn. I'm saying I would take this move 100 times out of 100 because this is just how my mind works. If I trade the queen, I'm not worried, right? I'm not worried about anything. And quite frankly, this is a ballsy engine bullshit move because you're going to be able to do the unleash and give a check and do all this kind of shit. So let me play it out and see. Oh, no, I guess that's the source of the check, obviously, but my whole mentality is I'm scared to death of this unleash, too. So even if I wasn't to trade the queen, I would probably have moved the king would be my mindset. I'm not thinking of it. This is where the engine has balls of steel. It'll react to a dangerous, threatening position by creating a threat itself. It never addresses the threat like, oh, I'm worried, you know. Why would you think to do something aggressive in this position when you're so fucking, you know, under threat like that? But no, like I'm always happy to do trade, so I'm losing a +3 advantage by doing that, which is a total clown show, but it's just, I don't know, I couldn't help doing it. I didn't think it would be that bad, really, but again, it's still a draw. And when was the free knight, though? I must be later on. Or no, I mean, I could have taken with the... Yeah, why the fuck did I take with that? I could have taken the rook with the bishop at least, which is just common sense. Or I was double taking, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. First of all, you should be taking with this, right? That's number one. And then even if you do that, you would do that again. So either way, you would have double taken, but even the manner of my double take was wrong, right? Because now you could double take and... Like, if I had done it, I would have been left with the bishop instead of the rook anyway, which itself is stupid. Huh. Like, I knew something was wrong with that. Like, I was shocked that they were able to take the knight pawn. Like, I'm like, how did I blunder the pawn? I thought I was covering it adequately, but then I didn't really... I just assumed that, oh, I must have made a mistake and blundered the pawn. So yeah, that was really a bad sequence, but I still win, so it doesn't matter, I guess. But that is the whole objectivity of chess, that you have to... you have to see that obviously that's not the case. Like, so many of these games I win and I still play like garbage, so... But no, that one move is really shocking to me, and it shows you sort of a tendency that works for me and that I like, and it's my style of play. But it's amazing that it made that big of a difference where, you know, since I'm not an aggressive attacking-minded player, and attacking is sometimes so hard that I can never figure it out or whatever, right? You have to kind of know what you're doing more to attack. What I like is... you know, what I like is the simple fact that if I get the queen off the board, I'm in a pretty good spot, and I'm normally not going to be the one to really punish somebody by, you know, mating them in the middle game or something. Like when do I ever mate somebody? I could have a statistic on this, maybe in the analytics. I'm never mating somebody in any position other than a super late end game pawn promotion, you know, that kind of thing. I'm not doing these crazy gambits in the middle game that'll lead to some mate that's sort of unusual and whatever, requires a few moves of extra calculation or something. I'm never the person to do that at this stage anyway, so that's why trading the queens makes sense. But it bothers me that I'm losing such a major advantage by doing it. Like, is this a move that you would really see as a 2000 player? Like, what the fuck is this move? I don't get it. That is not a normal human move that you're really thinking like that. And of course, you react similarly. I guess it depends how much time you'd have, but I think you're still thinking of making a defensive move here. You're not thinking of making a aggressive, weird move like that to attack a piece. But again, even if you wouldn't trade, which obviously that's a moron move that I'm losing such a big advantage, but I still don't think that, like, maybe you would trade this. Well, actually, no, you wouldn't, because then you're obviously getting the check off too. I mean, my other thought was just I would do that, which apparently is really bad. Which I don't fully understand why it's that bad either. Okay. Or, oh no, okay, then you're just losing that for free too. Okay, that makes sense. That is actually what I was about to do, though. If I couldn't trade the queen, then I was actually willing to do that, which was apparently terrible. You really should try attacking chess more. Yeah, that would be the one thing I definitely have to study. I've sort of done this just by force. Like, I've had to play the way I play just because I refused to study, so it's kind of worked out as sort of a, you know, a survival instinct. The 2K, I wouldn't have found that. Okay, at least that makes me feel a little better. But I obviously did something very bad. But see, that's the thing too. It sort of reinforces your bad habits. I did something bad, but then it led to a more comfortable position for me, and then it worked, right? Whereas if I didn't do that, I have to figure out something more elaborate. So again, it's me being lazy. Like, if I get rid of the queen, I don't have to think as hard, whether thinking to attack or thinking to try to deal with their attacks with it. Obviously, like, as a positional player, I would recommend trying more attacking chess. It's much easier to improve at something than at something you are already good at. Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be my number one thing, is that I would have to do some mating puzzles. And I mean, I'm not good at openings, I'm not good at end games. Actually, sometimes I have been pretty good at end games for whatever reason, if I just take my time more than my opponent. But it's like, I would have to study openings and I would have to study attacks, is kind of the point. Those would be the two things I would have to look at. I love that this explains it in such great detail now. I never used to have this feature here. 1e4 is the king's pawn opening, the most popular first move at all levels of the game. I always used to do this when I was younger, the queen's pawn, and it always seemed to work out pretty well, but it's like I started doing that when I came back to streaming and I was getting destroyed, whether it's the opening's fault or whether I was just bad in general. But then I moved over to this. So see, my interpretation is this is more aggressive and this is more defensive, even if that's probably a total misstatement. Although there are some aggressive things that you can definitely do with this. It's just because you're also white, so the assumption is you're going to be more aggressive anyway. But it doesn't mean that this is defensive at all. This is a very dynamic opening. The favorite opening move of Bobby Fischer, best by test. Assertive opening move. Fights for control of d5. Like, let's just look how the engine plays it. I mean, this is how you... But it doesn't work as well because, again, even if you learn this, right, like the optimal way, it doesn't mean that your opponent's always going to be doing this, because they could be, you know, they're not good enough to play it perfectly either. So that, you know, they'll do something unusual. So now even somebody experienced with that will be thrown off because, oh, it's like a Richard Rapport-esque troll who's still playing at a high level, but they're doing something unconventional. So you rely too much on that, then you get in trouble too, because you have, you know, like, oh, why doesn't this work? Because you get fucked over by, you know, the knight being sort of... I even think of it more like this, because then you have to worry about, well, if you move this to save it, then you take and check, and you get the pawn back. And see, now even here you're thinking like, not even that, but even if you just try to get the pawn to move, then you force this to move, then you would still take. But no, I have done a real accomplishment by like doing the same 2 openings over and over, and that's pretty much all I ever try to do, unless it's just something reactively. It's more positional versus tactical. And of course, I always say I enjoy the middle games the most, but that doesn't mean I'm always the best at them either, because that feels like the actual real game. Nobody really enjoys opening, but you just have to assume, you know, by the time you would get to 2000, you're obviously going to see that, where it just goes with, well, he's also saying though that some people don't know openings even there, which is hard to believe. Yeah, you would just assume everybody knows them, and that just goes without saying, and it becomes an equalizing factor that like everybody's going to play the opening the best all the time, and that's it, and it doesn't have any impact on the game, because, you know, you're not going to beat somebody with an opening trick or trap, or you're not going to easily, you know, catch them out on something. So like, why even bother? Also, Fabiano Caruana fucking mates the guy in 9 moves, or at least makes him resign in 9 moves. Alireza, like, that is a pretty shameful fucking. Let me actually look at that. Like, what was that line exactly? 9 moves win. I don't really want to see the video. I just want to see the spectrum. Well, whatever, it's fine. Like, how does that happen? You study the game your whole life. You study openings your whole life. It's not even a shorter time format, I don't think. It's a 10-minute game. Like, what the fuck is this? And I'm not saying I would see it, but again, I'm not fucking Alireza either. Like, what the fuck? I'm sure even a 2000 rated player would not lose in this manner, right? This is not something that should be so hard to figure out if you're an experienced player. And again, even I could say it with authority, I probably wouldn't lose in this manner, right? Because again, I'm more defensive minded, so I would just be playing something much more simple and just castle, and I'd be fine for a few more moves, and then I would probably get crushed anyway later on. But whatever is going on, it's like, oh, he's trying to take a free piece and he doesn't think it's a trap or whatever, right? Like, he thinks taking the rook is free, and then you get fucked over with a promotion that happens here. Yeah, I think I did look at this when it first happened. It's like hilarious to me that this can even happen. The only reason why I'm able to survive 2 moves done is because no one even knows the opening. Everyone says the opening sucks. Everyone sucks in the opening. Yeah, it's like, it sucks for the reason of it not being fun, right? Like, even Bobby Fischer, you know, says that. Not even because he's so good. It's just more so, it's one of those things that everybody's going to have to do. And so it's like, yeah, it might take me years to study and get as good as these players in the opening, but it's like, well, apparently not him in that one moment. But it's just amazing to me that that could ever happen. Yes, oh, people will say, oh, Fabiano just played so well and is brilliant, but he always plays well. He's always good at openings because he's a fucking super grandmaster. It's just like, that sort of thing just doesn't work, right? So you would assume that you wouldn't even go to try it, or whatever. Like, I don't know. At some point, it just becomes a non-factor in the game. So it's just more a case that it's the most boring element of chess, that at some point it evens itself out, where it goes without saying that everybody's gonna know how to deal with it, and just, it doesn't matter, right? It just doesn't matter as far as winning and losing. And even at the stage that I'm at, you're usually not seeing that. You're not getting mated in the opening, or sometimes I'll fuck up and be at a little disadvantage, but it's just not having that much impact on the game. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I'm at least being a little more patient here, which is, again, it's a weird contradiction that, you know, I like classical, but then I'm also, because I'm slow or whatever, and the only time I can get immersed or play well is like when I take my time, but then I also play like in a rush. But I guess it's the same symptom. It's a weird thing. Like, it's not because I'm low on time, it's because I don't want to get to the point where I am low on time. So now I try to play faster and conserve it early, but then I get in trouble. So, and I always mock people for that too. Like, yeah, I think actually the correct thing to do is that, but there is like a preferential thing. Even if you know what is best, it doesn't mean it's always best for you, because you're not going to be able to play all the rest of it exactly the right way or whatever. Like, even here, I don't like getting pinned, so I have to do this. So I have to, you know, I don't want to let the bishop pin that. And in fact, this whole position was kind of fucked because you could have probably given a check and then forced the, well, I mean, I like the trade, obviously, of the queens, but you could have probably forced my king to lose a castle because I would have had to take, right? If you check there, I couldn't block with anything, I don't think, after doing that. So you could have given a check, I think, on that move. So I so often even spot my own mistakes or whatever the fuck I do because I'm just such a clown that, like, I just deal with it. I don't care enough to... It is weird, but this is quite frankly what the faster time formats teach you, is you have to make certain concessions, especially when you're not a good player, because how are you going to know... Oh, this is weird. So now they'll sack it and then come in there and then they'll do this, I guess. That is really fucking odd. Because normally they do that, but the bishop isn't normally there. I guess this is a simple way to deal with it. See, this guy's being way too aggressive, especially as black. But no, my point is that... what do you call it? There's that preferential level of play, but then there's also... This is actually fine. If he does this, I can still go there, and I'd be very happy to trade for that. But no, it is such a powerful thing to see that, you know, it's, you could say it's like an attrition playstyle. Like, I just want to trade everything off and then get to the end game and maybe win there. Or even if I don't win there, I'll end up losing because... You know, of course, you can't take with that. So even if you take, you can't take. Which is not really a huge deal, but you got to pick up these little incremental minor things. So now from here, I will take this. Possible there's something actually much better here because they played in such a weird way. But you take that back, and I'd be more than happy to take this too. Even if I'm being a little bit bloodthirsty with the trades. That's the whole irony. You think, oh, trading, it makes you an aggressive player because you're always attacking and killing and capturing pieces. But it's actually the opposite. Because I'm so defensive and I don't want to attack, or I don't know how to attack well enough, then I trade to try to reduce the threats, basically. Okay, so that's pretty satisfactory, so I don't have to worry too much about it. Doing this seems kind of pointless. I don't know. Like, you see, at this point, I feel totally lost that they'd be double threatening this with the double stack that they already have. So, like, you want to push something towards the king, but it's not that easy to do, really. All this work, like, I've already been going for a while, and I'm fucking still not even 1650. How does that make sense? I thought I won like a couple in a row, but they must have not given me that much because maybe that guy was provisional. So this is okay. I really want to go like this, but then simply them moving the bishop allows this to be taken, which I don't fully understand. I guess you could just raise it. I'm listening, you're live, you can't focus. Well, imagine if you were talking. Like, I can't focus either because I'm talking, but I still somehow managed to do it. So here we go. Here, take. And I can fake them out by saying the wrong moves on purpose, like the grandmasters do. I love that as a meme when everybody started streaming for the first time. They would do that a lot. Like, that was the whole big joke. Like, oh, I'm getting sniped, so I'm saying, oh, I hope they don't go knight to whatever the fuck this is. I don't even know notation. Don't go knight b4, and instead he goes knight to e7. Like, I have so many good tricks for remembering it, but then I don't actually do it. Okay, we can go maybe here. Or, oh, shit. This is at least going to trap it for a trade purpose, because you can't take it, obviously. You take. The only reason, oh, I read that. Really kind of depends on what you want to do with chess. Yeah, I kind of started so late that I have to, like, at such a late age, I mean, that I really don't have any prospect of doing something. Right, like, I want to get to at least 2,000 plus, 2,000 FIDE plus, in fact, but I doubt that I'd ever get, like, to Grandmaster level or something like that, because I just don't simply play enough, or I don't have enough time. If I became a full-time streamer, like, if I did it for a living, then actually I wouldn't mind, because then I would be the exact opposite of what a lot of these streamers do. Like, I would use that success, like, for shame with Alex Botez and all these clown streamers, with all due respect to it, to an extent. What would happen is, you know, I would use that to try to improve at chess, because I have so much time to study and I'm playing it so much on stream or whatever, instead of being able to, you know, they get worse at chess because they get worse at chess by streaming, because they're focusing more on content or whatever. But it's a real shame, because they have so many resources and advantages that they can take advantage of, like, oh no, you're gonna take my queen even though I fucking want you to, because that's the whole trading brilliance. I don't know how that even happened. Like, I wasn't expecting to, I thought I would trap it for a trade, but I didn't think I'd trap it overall. So if you take, I can still take back, but more importantly, we should probably be able to trade the queen. But yeah, I just simply don't play enough at this stage, but I would love to see that actually play out, where that's kind of clever, but it doesn't really matter. See, now is the point in the game where, like, my effort level might tank. Like, oh, I'll get cocky. You have to have this, like, relentless, this is the point. Like, I'm +5, I can get this position, not this exact position, but I mean, like, I get in these kind of moments a lot, and now I fuck up a little bit because I don't know. They should probably just trade that off, or this is going to get dangerous where they do something there. See, I'm not even paying attention. If you go here, it should shut down what they're trying to do. And so if you take, I mean, I guess they could probably just win this overall. Win the pawn. I'm not really even worried about that at this point. But no, now the engine would do this, because it would be so ballsy and fucking try to, I don't know. They always do these crazy aggressive things that I'm just too timid to do. But I guess it's the right level of humility, because I'm also not the engine, so I'm not going to be able to do the rest of it. It gets much worse at my level. Every win is 8 elo. It's fucking torture. I mean, it's more so the time commitment to get there. Every win here is still 8 elo, but it's like, you know, it takes fucking forever to, you know, whatever. You'll see a lot more draws, too. Losing 3 games of low-rated players and gaining 12 or there's just less players, I guess, playing at that level too. Right, it's harder to find matchups. I'm already facing issues with queuing, even though I'm not that high up. Feels like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You keep saying it, and you keep repeating the same mistakes. Yeah, it definitely starts to get more annoying there. Let me see. Not doing that. Go here, take. So this doesn't seem like a good move, but I kind of want to free up the queen, or why can't I just even do this? Like, whatever they did with the pawn shouldn't change what's happening. So just clean that up. If they take, if they take, there's no crazy sack plays. If they, I kind of want to just do this, right? Either you place a pawn there, and then they take, and I get the queen up, assuming the knight's not there, obviously, which it's not now. It's either they're building up their attack, they're being very aggressive, which they have a lot of balls to do that, or maybe you could say that that's what you should do. I don't know. I just want to do this, even though it seems dumb. Or no, you're already fucking this up too. I don't like the way this is exactly progressing. But they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. And again, anything involving a queen trade would be beautiful. We already had almost a chance to do it there when the double stack was opening up. Yeah, I love that as an excuse. They lost because they're sniping me and they're distracted by my commentary. But like, first of all, they don't have to do that, or it could give them an advantage that they kind of whatever know what I'm thinking and stuff, as if that, you know, my level of commentary is so instructive anyway. But you're not seeing the fact that it would distract me more, the fact that I'm fucking talking and whatever, rambling on about random stuff. I would recommend trying to, I hate this fucking censor thing. I got to turn it off. You have to like click on it to see what they say because it's like treating it as profanity. Let me see. Hang on. If they, okay, I could do this now, which I was kind of joking about doing before. There's no reason at all that you should take that. Or now that would open up the ability to take the bishop itself. I guess I could do this though. I don't know, they've created quite a messy position. But this is my passive nature that even though I'm +5, you know, I'm not taking the initiative to attack. Try to shut up when you go into a position that you think you are winning. Yeah, it's the whole cockiness that comes into play, but that's fine. I mean, clearly I'm winning, and there's nothing that could possibly derail my victory in this game. I've just played so brilliantly that there's nothing that could possibly go wrong. So you have this as a potential problem, otherwise this would be beautiful. Because that stupid-ass check will come into play. Let's just trade. What could possibly go wrong? But again, even whether you say it or not, even, you know, people do that all the time. It's just basic human psychology, which doesn't make it good. But I mean, you should be aware, like, people get overconfident, or they sort of, people get overconfident, or they decide to basically, you know, play down a competition too. In terms of, you know, you're playing somebody lower rated by 100 points or something, so you'll get cocky, or you'll play worse. Or you think you can get away with certain things, like not playing your best. So they're putting an insane, immense amount of pressure on that. I'm just gonna try to force the trade. I mean, fuck it. So if you hit this, hit this, hit this. I mean, I have more than adequate cover there. It's just more like a lazy attempt to... It's not even the wrong principle to try to trade here, because of course you are up by so much, but the way that I do it is sometimes so lazy like this, where, you know, I'm just putting it like on a silver platter, but then again, you are posing a moderate threat there, so... How would you deny... I guess you wouldn't deny the trade. You would just save the rook and then let me trade. Right. Rather than initiating it yourself, which either way is still fine here. Yeah, this was like a laughably one-sided game where I'm kind of surprised. I was even, like, I don't know. I was even shocked because I trapped the bishop and I didn't realize I was even doing it. So now it'll come down to flagging territory, but I mean, it's such a good game. It is such a, you know, advantage that you don't have to worry about that. But no, that would be my best advice. Not that people should take the advice of a fucking clown like me, but I've sort of self-actualized whatever I've done as I've gone through this. Like, don't play 10-minute games, even though I'm doing it right now, because it's not going to teach you anything, because you're not good enough to know what you're doing in the first place. That why would anybody ever do that, right? Chess is not the kind of game that speed matters at all, and people fuck around with these blitz and bullet formats too much too, where streaming has kind of given the wrong impression of if you shut up, you surprisingly win a lot more games. It works. I don't think it actually affects me that much. I'm talking the whole way through this thing. I've talked I mean, obviously, most people aren't streaming when they do it anyway, but I won't use that as an excuse. It's more just, you know, the using of the brain that I don't do. Like if I don't calculate or whatever. But my point is that it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to almost do it in that way, where it's like the Truman Show of chess. Like I'm showing every single game along the way that you would be able to witness somebody's ascension from 1500 to 2000 plus. And why does it keep going back up to this? Okay, I'll do like maybe one more here, so I didn't make it that far. But I don't feel like, see, even in this amount of time, even if I won every game, which I almost have, how many have I played? I won, lost, won. Yeah, even if I had won every game, I wouldn't have gotten it back to fucking 17 that quickly. Okay, let's go here. Take this, take this. Now, I don't know. I don't like putting the bishop here, but I somehow feel like it's good for some reason. I actually allowed the pin there to happen too. So they're going to be borderline trapping the bishop, but not really. So now I try to go for a trade. So if they do that, at least I can think about it. But actually, there's not much to think about because I can immediately try to do this. And what that opens up is the beautiful possibility to take the bishop if they do try to come back for really their one and only way to actually cover it. So if I go here now, we compound the threat further where you probably can't do a whole lot about it. But no, I guess it does work because if I do this, then I can't do what I was going to do before. I'm kind of dragging this on longer than what I should do. But we are going to get a trade no matter what. So I would take, they could take, well, actually that was kind of a fuck up. I shouldn't have done it like that because, whatever. Fuck, now am I going to get trapped somehow? They can't move this, so what if I... Now this should actually be fine, because you can just leave it here. Even in worst case, if I have to do this, right, there's nothing you can actually do with it. Okay, that's dangerous because of this. They create these messy positions that I just hate. Right, why should we have to deal with this so early on in the game? I'd be willing to try to even go for this with how slow they're developing. So if I just leave this open... That is like the one aggressive thing that I do is I try to open this pawn so that you can obviously... I try to open this pawn like to trade it off here so that now my rook is open to that side, which is less effective if you do it where I don't know, I can't explain exactly. There's some position I'm thinking of, but okay, so now you would actually lose the bishop itself. Doing that doesn't actually do anything because it's kind of in the wrong reverse order, and this is actually fine no matter what you do. You just give up a piece for nothing. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I love these last two games. Not to get too cocky again, but I'd rather do it this way because if you do this, then it's sort of pinned to the thing where something bad could maybe happen. Now... That should be fine. See, some of these games are just comfortable and easy. This is the way that we want to do it. Okay, so now you can't do anything with that. This is like a little bit problematic actually because mine isn't covered there. So maybe I should almost move this in case there's some problem there. See, now you have to have the discipline to sort of lay off. I've done my job, I've gotten the material advantage that I want, and now you can either try to press it for something, either to win more material or to try to mate them, which is not even on our mind because we're nowhere near their king. But yeah, that's the number one tip for chess. Forget about the time aspect that I always get triggered by. Don't stream because that always makes you worse. But you know why? That's not even a question because okay, they're just gonna keep being annoying with this though. I bet. Like they'll just keep threatening, keep threatening. This is actually safe, so I don't even have to worry about it. This we could double take, but the queen's gonna keep getting harassed here somehow. And yeah, it makes it bad in twofold sense. Like you're both distracting yourself potentially, but you're also um doing it in such a way that oh, that's a little bit scary actually. Um you're potentially giving them advice, obviously. Assuming it's even good in the first place. So this is actually very dangerous because if you go here, then you go here, I would be forced to go there. And obviously you have this, so the king is in a very weird spot. I mean, I would take the trade any time, but it's just I don't know. Yeah, I maybe overplayed a bit when I should have been satisfied. Now I'm kind of giving them too many openings. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, but you go there now, it should be okay. Right, because you just won't want to give them the opportunity to have unleashed that into a check. If I had to go there, then they could have done something crazy, probably. They go there, and they seem to just blunder the actual knight, which I don't understand that. It doesn't seem like it opens anything up, really. They'll give a check with that, but then there should be so many things I can do. If I go here, you can't even still do that, but you can unleash. If I go here, you can actually mate my dumbass, or you still can't. But somehow I feel safer here, which is weird. This position is very strange, I must admit. If you go here, you would be forcing them to go back there. What does any of this actually do? Okay, so why should that matter though? Oh, don't tell me they actually have something crazy they can do here. Because even whatever you try to do, I should be able to trade for the queen. Even if you do this little cute play, you get to okay, maybe you win the knight back, which really doesn't even concern me too much. What the fuck is this? Oh, now you could do the sort of the cute play, so I shouldn't do it that way. For fuck's sake. Okay, you go here, then you do this. Then if I take, then you take. Something like that, maybe? I go here, you take, I take, you take. If I go here, you go like this. Are you really gonna do that too? I mean, I'd still be up by a pretty good amount, wouldn't I? For fuck's sake, man, you really gonna play like that? You really gonna play like that? You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, okay. Okay, dude. You shouldn't really be able to do much, but I really can't tell you. My development is still pretty bad. Oh, I don't know what the fuck, man. You would have to give a check and do this at the same time. I'm just kind of stunned that that would even be possible, but I mean, that's maybe okay, but that's actually covered too. Like, you really have the balls to even try some shit, man. Whatever, you just gotta make sure they don't give some crazy check that lets them double take something, which they've already kind of done. No, but when you're up by that much, that's why you see, like, I like trading, because then it wouldn't be as much of an issue that they. This is like really me trying to show my lazy tendency too. Um, should be able to just give spam checks if nothing else. I don't know, man. What the fuck this game was like? How you up by like fucking +7 and then they suddenly play like this though? Bro, can I just like fucking do anything here? Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. This game is fucking stupid. And of course, I'd be the one to flag too. So they're just not better than me. They're far superior to me. Yet they're fucking -9. So I don't know how to explain that. Give me a threefold repetition, dude. Just give it to me. Okay, give a check here. It's fine with me. Give a bunch of spam checks. Go ahead, try to run your king down the whole fucking board if you care. Now you could even hit this here, possibly. Which would be kind of cute. But you can hit either one, actually, right? Give a whole bunch of spam checks. Okay, that's cute because you still have to cover this effectively. You gotta watch. Where can they potentially give me a check? And I don't think any of them would be that consequential. You can go here. I just want to be able to unleash my light square bishop kind of into a check, which seems to be somehow impossible to fucking do here. Bro. Bro, you're not gonna fucking get away with this one. You try to sort of lock this down. I don't know if they're gonna give some sort of crazy check that is gonna matter too much. Or again, I should be able to sort of spam check. They're in the open so much now that you should easily be able to spam check the shit out of them. Right, wherever they go, you should be able to do it. You don't deserve this one. I just want to make it clear. This person doesn't deserve it. You don't deserve anything. I don't care. Can they give some stupid ass check and do something? I don't even know. Whoops, I didn't even mean to go there. Bro, I don't care, bro. You want to play the game of chess like this, you can play it. Like, I don't care. This isn't a game. This isn't actually how you play the game. Oh. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. I don't have time for this shit anyway. Like, fucking... You're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. I don't care. Hurry up. You're trash. You're trash. You deserve to give a stalemate. It's just garbage. Like, you don't... Whatever. You can tell when I'm done playing. I even said this is the last one I want to play. Yeah, so impressive, dude. Really, a textbook example of how to play chess at a high level. This guy's really skilled and excellent. Like, very good. So... Let me see which of the many trades I should have made to fucking make this easier. That I shouldn't have taken that pawn because apparently now you go to... Or in fact, somehow, even though you're up by how much? Only +3, I guess, at this point. But they make a blunder back. Like, this position is just so fucking weird. Like, what the fuck, dude? Just move it up to there. Like, I don't know what this position is, dude. But even there, you're not really losing in any capacity. It's just, well, you actually kind of were. Okay, so here is relatively fine, but then I don't understand. That's like, how many blunders? How many blunders? Like, oh, taking free pieces is always a blunder. You could even just do like this to, I don't know, man. That's just a weird ass fucking position. Development issue. Yeah, definitely it was. But I mean, when you're up by that much, you would expect that not to be the case. It really isn't even that. It's just like a fucking positional issue. Like, what the fuck is this fucked up position? Why was I even able to get away with doing that? There was some reason though why I thought, oh yeah, because I'm gonna trade, so then it's fine. Like, fuck it, do it, and then I trade. But then you're probably gonna get trapped with this, or I don't know. That opening was so fucking weird though. But even all this is still fine, even after everything else, right? You're still not really even losing, even despite all these constant. See, taking a free piece is a blunder. You see, that's how you know it's a blunder, because you're taking a free piece and giving a check. Like, why the fuck is that a blunder? Even if there's something better. Whoops, I mean this. Even if there's something better, it's like, I don't know. There's no way to really even explain that. But this is what happens when I try to maybe be too greedy. Although it didn't seem really that greedy. You're just winning a couple of pawns here and there. Like, it's early in the game. Nothing crazy should be happening. But now, what exactly happens here still? I don't get it. Like, I knew they could do that too. With the little cheeky thing. I was thinking, oh, you can't do it here because, you know, you can't do it now because the queen is still covered by the pawn. So I'm even saying that. That's not even what they did, is it? Because, yeah, even either way, they could have won the knight. So then it would have been +3 instead of, like, whatever, in the exchange, instead of, like, minus 9 and then +5. So it's, like, -4, obviously. So either way, you were still losing something. So even here, I should have still probably been able to draw it. You go here. And you're forced to go there. Oh, shit. This is what I mean. Like, even in that situation, I'm surprised I even missed that, because what did they do? Did they really? They did that, so then what did I do? I tried to cover back this stupid-ass bishop. Because think about the trouble I went to create this position. Like, I obviously put the rook there for that reason, right? To try to take that. I don't know. That was really stupid. You were tilting stop playing. Yeah, I was going to stop playing anyway, but that one was fucking hilarious. Okay, see you later. Okay, so today I'll try to get back to 1700 as I've been trying to do for a little bit, which is really one of these horrible things that I do. Like, I'll go on good streaks and bad streaks. So as soon as I came back, right, I had gotten to 1700 a couple months ago, probably like 2.5 months now or something like that. I don't know why we're having this issue. Like, what the fuck? My thing can't handle the site. My internet here is kind of weird, actually. Sometimes it was having issues, but I don't know why the site would really. Reconnecting, it could just be an issue with the site itself, but what the fuck, man? Yeah, I'm clearly gonna lose because of that. Or yeah, it always does that too. It always shows it like grayed out there, but it normally works fine. That is so fucking weird. I can't understand it. So that art, oh, you know what I should almost do is go back and review some of the art that I use, because some of these have been on like muted sessions. But one thing I haven't done in a while is listen to music while playing chess, which maybe that should be, you know, that could be why I'm doing bad. Maybe I would do better then, but I don't think it really matters. But I don't know, I kind of like it, but then I also feel like in the long term I don't want it to be like, oh, it's a copyright issue or something. So here, hang on, I forget which ones I really talked about. 4 or 5. We must have done the do you copy thing. I talked about that. I guess just maybe these two I didn't talk about. I don't know, actually. I can't remember. So this one is, hang on. Why can't I? What? Normally you can like zoom in or something better. What the fuck is with this? Yeah, so we're having actually an issue with the ping on here, which really makes no sense at all. My stream is running fine, and it really shouldn't even matter for gameplay purposes, but if there was some sort of bullet precedent, I love this. Like, what, your internet can't handle uh fucking chess? Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, so this one, I think I explained this. Or I think I already reviewed it maybe after the fact. Your run is a bust, like the bus is saying that, and this was like after I beat Van Gore finally after many episodes where it bugged out like in ways that it sometimes would bug out in this run, where you can't open the door, you can't pick up the key, and so I'm almost dead, and then I come up with a creative way to escape the situation instead of having to quit out and redo it, which would be fucking torture considering how hard it was to do, obviously. I wait and I patiently suck the boo, which I could potentially die to that too, and then I use that to save, and then I can quit out and come back, and it would be fine because then you can actually leave the room. Otherwise, the only other thing you can do is quit. You can't just save on demand. And then this one is just to show the 200 HP of the ghost, obviously, and how many there are in this little training thing. I just thought that was kind of a cool image. And then died to baby count, which really has nothing to do with the hard mode itself, right? But I died apparently 3 times to that, I think. And then this one is kind of funny. This is like some Jeopardy thing that I did early on in like the end of 22, and that was, whatever. Like I just took the creator of The Thinker studied sculpture with Antoine Louis Barre or whatever. And of course, we all know in the Phoenix Wright series, Larry Butts makes a statue of The Thinker that features prominently in a couple murders, like the first 2 cases. Yeah, in my little brain rot knowledge of pop culture, that would be my answer. Who is Larry Butts? I think I even make that joke as I say it. I'm not happy with this, and I'd sort of love to hear an explanation as to why this is happening. But whatever, let's just go into it, or actually I have to change the other things too. Yeah, I haven't been playing well, and I don't really get it. How it can be so up and down, but again, it's just an effort thing, and I get very lazy sometimes. The smooth chess. Oh shit, we have an incentive to play well too. Even if you want to say this again to distract me, we're actually at the Star Wars set, which I like so much. Apparently, that's why you can see how many of them there are. Man, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna lose a game because maybe it's bugging out because of all those custom sets or something. But let's just try it. It's gonna keep disconnecting me in the middle of the game, and it'll count that as a loss, which it technically does count, but I don't understand why this would be an issue. Even though you're white, you're not really going first because they're technically, you would think, oh, the stormtroopers are white, so they must be the good guys, or they're, whatever. Even by the same logic of the series, like, oh, he's, the dark side, but then why are they wearing white? But the stormtroopers themselves aren't using the dark side. It's just like, even, oh, Darth Vader's wearing black, so he's the bad guy. Lucas even said that too. Like, that I actually don't know. That is a strange time to do that move. Yeah, see, it's been like that for a while, where it always is like grayed out. I don't know what the fuck happened. So this is all fine. I don't like to do all this in the opening because then it can lead to other weird things. I like to just kind of keep a low profile where if I do this, I don't know, like I wouldn't mind trading that. It's gonna fuck up the pawns no matter what, so I can't really envision why. This diagonal could be pretty good though, actually. If if I can cultivate it a little bit here, but I don't want to worry about it now. I want to try to The problem that I'm running into is the fact that if you bring the queen or something, right? Like now I can't deal with this, or I guess I can deal with it. I can just take with this stupid ass thing with the pawn, but normally that can be annoying to kind of push the knight around in the beginning. So you should do this. Even the pin doesn't really work because you already have the bishop there. Right, so I'm obligated to take. My pawns are a little bit fucked up, so maybe I should have done that. Where, you're kind of like, see, what you got to look for at this level, I guess, is like, don't look for what is best because that's going to be too hard or impossible or take forever, especially in this sort of time control, which is why you probably shouldn't play this time control. But don't look for what is best, but look for what is worst or look for what is bad. Like, at least make sure what you're doing isn't terrible. I can't say that any of this is good, but I can say like, okay, that's not terrible because I'll just take back. It's no big deal. You are pinning that successfully. Doesn't matter a great deal because of the simple fact that you could go here like we had it before. So even if you if you take, none of that should really matter too much. If I do this now, you're double attacking, so I can't really do that. Opens up some kind of possibility here. So just remember, if you move this, you're going to get taken here, which almost gives me an incentive to do this, but that's very dangerous potentially as well. So, like, I don't like it, but there's not much I can do about it. That's the thing. Right, like, why am I even doing this? It's not pinned anymore. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. The light square bishop, which I'm not really too happy about either. I would almost want to bring it back there, but I don't know if now is the time to do it. So again, that is a problem because, oh no, I guess now I can move it. But then again, I really still can't move it because I would have to move it to cover. Then you would take, then I would take. But like, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take. I think I can do it because, well, there's too many things though. There's too many things. When you do something ambitious like this, something's gonna go wrong. I'm just doing it just because I like to trade. I mean, there's no other deeper meaning to it. Like, I don't know what this is. This stupid ass knight. Like, you see what a big nuisance it is. Like, I don't want this on the board. Like, just get rid of it. I'll go here, they'll take back. Then, if they take back, then I take for free. If they try to take this, then it's covered adequately. And so they could give a check, but then I'm taking that for free anyway. And so what you can do is you can basically, you would take and I could ignore it would be the point. Now they're giving up that whole pin position, so I don't really care too much about it either. You could do almost this where now you would get to now you would get to basically do the if you trade, I get to undouble basically. So I'll take here. Right now you can unleash this into something, but I don't see what would be too consequential to unleash it into. And if you can do that, then like I don't know exactly what I'm trying to do with this. right? These pawns are just a little bit ugly. The rook is already centered for that. I want to put it here, but I don't get what that does for me. Really, this would be some sort of crazy pawn, pass pawn push that you would somehow do that is going to be god level and just fucking. This is like the key diagonal that I'm blocking, right? That I would want to have in the first place. Like, I mean, that's a no-brainer just because I love to trade, period. And you could try to take this. I want to put it there is kind of the main thing. So we're playing around his light square bishop, and we're opening my light square diagonal in such a way that you're able to basically do it like, you know, this could be good for the end game, although this one I'm not a big fan of. And even that play I'm not a big fan of doing. Like, I don't really want to do it, but it's just a level of initiative that you'll give because you have, you know, doing this has no downside because if you take, I can still take with that or something. If you take, I can take, but then you can take, but you could take, then I could take. I don't know. It's gonna somehow be bad. Like, what could they possibly take that would fuck it up? They would take, then I would take, then they would take, then I would still take. They take the rook with the rook, or they take the bishop with the bishop, but then I just take for free. Even though I don't want to do it, he's making it a little bit annoying. You got to kind of be a little more selective with trades when your style of play is so trade happy as mine. Because it's like, oh no, now if I take with this, I'll lose the bishop. But now I don't because you can do that. And so now it's just a question of what do I do with this if you attack it there? Now, can I win a knight versus knight endgame with 4 minutes on the clock, which I should easily be able to do just through pure calculation. But again, I'm very, very lazy. Now, I'm going to make a executive decision not to trade because I want to sort of try to understand this, but then again, if it means it's going to be a draw, it's fine. Like, we go through all this trouble and then we just don't fucking do anything. You got to watch where you can potentially go. See, this is blocked off, this is blocked off. So there's not really a great spot that you can go with respect to it's really this square that you can easily block off with the pawn there, but you choose not to. Now at least you're under threat with respect to, you know, here I could just take, so you don't really have a great option to go with the knight, even if you seal it off. Now, I can sort of try to walk the other way, and so this one is covered, so it does give me a certain power that both of these anchors are actually covered by the knight, and so sometimes the best thing to do with the knight is nothing at all, because you fucking, you know, that level of activity is actually good when it comes to, pretty hard to believe, but you know what I mean? My knight was better by simply not moving it than whatever he was doing. He didn't move it that much, I guess, but it's like, oh, it's an octopus knight, but all you got to do is get the king in there, and I can't figure out how to do it. I go here, he would take, I would take, it doesn't really matter. Right, because you can never take these unless your king maybe gets through. So you can literally sit on this for the rest of your life. Because no matter where his knight goes, even if his knight was to attack one of like look at this advanced level play that we're seeing. Okay, so can I do this quickly enough? And the answer is, but it doesn't really matter. You'd have to double attack it. You'd have to double attack it with the thing, right? You're still. I can't even do it though. I kind of overextended there when I didn't need to. Fuck. Now he's gonna get through and attack the knight itself, I guess. That's the whole master plan. That was definitely the wrong move, because what if you went there? Then I'm fucked, right? Then it would be trapped for a double take trade. So even in that scenario, he finds a way to fuck it up. even though he's behind my shit. Hmm. Try to go with this one, I guess. I don't know what. Because I can kind of get ahead of him with these, and then what do you do? You have to like, make a decision which side you want to go for, but then it's going to be too much. Yes, yes, you're winning the simple counting game. A nice fucking game. Every game comes down to this. Like, nice fucking game, dude. It's so boring that this, like, it shouldn't be like this, man. Somehow he's going to still be able to stop it, even though you would think logically. Well, what you could almost do is just sack it, too. But I should probably be earned. I should probably be owed a fucking promotion from this. Right, like when it's that close, you're trying. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, dude. So fucking annoying, man. Wow, no, no, no. I'm just baffled, man. The way, whether it's a drawn thing, like I should have just taken a draw earlier. Like you try to play the game. This is the biggest mistake that lower rated players made too. It's like you try to play the game like it's a game, but chess isn't actually a game at all. Right? It is this drawish sort of monstrosity that you just realize there's just nothing to it because if you had enough time and if you're playing against somebody evenly matched, it will be a draw 100% of the time. Forget about over half the time, 100%. Because all these things that happen are just like everything that happens is purely you could have seen that if you really thought about it or whatever. What can they actually do? It felt like they were almost going to get a stalemate. They could sack it again and they could still do this shit. Like, let me promote and then you'll just do that. And then as long as he can't bring his queen closer, like, yeah, yeah, see, that's exactly what you can do. Yeah, fuck it, man. Why don't I just play for both play? No, I'm very dissatisfied with that. Like, I'm gonna go back to my degenerate draw ways that I sometimes do. Like, you're not. These people aren't understanding how the game actually works. Like, you really don't get it. You really want to play like that? How many games have you played? Like, it's fine. I don't mind losing that because you're not really playing the game even. How can you lose when you're not even really playing? It's the same shit every fucking game. Like, oh, that wouldn't I even said that too? Wouldn't it be interesting if I actually tried to play this out? Like, no, it wouldn't be because it's fucking chess. Just fucking draw every game ever. I don't care even what this says. Like, it's a draw. Every game's a draw. I don't care. It's trash. It's trash how much that tendency is there, and people still try to talk around it. Like that would be the part that just well, there goes the Star Wars piece set too. But like, let's look into that end game sort of scenario. So that's a mistake. But like, what is the thing here? White is actually winning a little bit, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, see, it's like this. You have it in your head that like, oh, I'm going to try to actually do something. But imagine that. Imagine actually trying to do something if you had understood how the game actually works, you're like, oh no, you can't do anything. You just kind of sit there and move back and forth, and it'll be a draw. That's actually what you're supposed to do. Like, that's what analyzing your games will teach you. There's nothing to do in the game. Don't do anything. Sit, let's watch what I should have done. Isn't this so fun? Isn't this so interactive? Like, this is why, to some degree, people struggle with chess at a low level. It's not because of ability, it's because of willingness. Like, you don't want to play like this. This is fucking boring as fuck. Nobody wants to do this shit. This looks like fucking dog shit. I'm not saying that means it's easy to do, but it doesn't matter about whether it's easy or hard. It's like, this is not enjoyable. Nobody wants to do this shit. Yeah, let's move back and forth for 100 moves and then get a draw, and everybody's wasted their time. Like, isn't that amazing? This is yes, I should have done this and this, like king opposition from a long way. Like, who wants to do this part? This is what I don't get. This part of the game is completely just nonsense. Move back and forth a million times, even though you know it's not going anywhere. Like, well, just offer a draw. Like, I don't care. So let me do the next piece of art here. But no, I should have that more. Because again, I was playing that for a win. I even said, okay, I'll try to win this knight versus knight endgame. But there is no win there. And even though you'd say, oh, well, these players aren't that special or whatever, right? It's still like, what are you really trying to do? Just try to play for a draw and it's okay, right? Don't even worry about it. Don't feel bad about it. That's just how the game works. It's not your fault. So this one is actually one that is chess related, like win with a Jedi mind trick somehow. I forget exactly. This is not the rook you're looking for. Oh, that would have been so fitting with the last fucking set, the Star Wars set that we never get to use again now. For imagine that. I waited so long. I was looking forward to using that one. And I just, oh, this one's cool though too. Okay, let's just do it. And again, don't be afraid of a draw. It's just the way the game works. It's amazing how often we get to those kind of positions, though, just to be clear, like pretty much every single fucking game I've ever played in my life. But no, there is that bore factor. And I know people say, oh, that's like an excuse. Like, oh, you only lost because you got bored. But it's not even about that. It's about, like, what are you trying to do? And when you see what people are trying to do, it's like so many of the games I've won, too, are like that. You know it's a draw in position, and I even accept it. And then either, like, somebody flags or somebody may flag, somebody may make a mistake because they're trying, like, I'm even saying, oh, they could easily take a draw here, and then they keep playing, and then they end up losing. Like, why didn't you just take a draw? Because human brains aren't wired for that. You don't want to just sit there and waste your time and get a non-outcome, basically. Why not get an actual proper outcome and say, you know, we want somebody's time to not actually be completely wasted in doing this. And so what I would do is I would realize that um I don't know what this development exactly is, but okay, we can move the king just so it's not in line with that. My development is all done, even if it's a little bit off. But no, my ability to get to those kind of positions is maybe a strength that I'm not giving myself enough credit for. Like, oh, it's not just that the game is a draw; it's the way that I play can be like that. But the better you are, the again, just think about it that way. Study this game for 20 years. Oh, so you can win, right? So you can win, right? Like that, whatever, that Star Wars meme or something. No, so you can draw the majority of your games. And it's like, the better you get at chess, the more you win. Oh no, wait, the better you get, the more you draw. And you say, oh, it's because your opponents are getting better too. But that's true of everything. Like, the better you get at anything, your opponents are going to get better too, obviously. Like, so it's always going to be a higher level of competition. That doesn't mean it should be a draw. So that's an objective flaw of the game, right? Which I would use as a measure of boredom, at least, to say, like, that's fucking boring. I don't want to study openings. I don't want to study end games. I don't want to fucking do those kind of back and forth moves. None of that stuff is really fun. What can be enjoyable is the base element that we see here, like where it's just a little more, I don't know, like the middle games and certain things, or even variants, I like so much because of that. It's amazing. I actually had a really good instinct of that as a kid. I didn't know any of these details. Like, I didn't know that the majority of chess games end in draws, or I didn't know that, um, certain of these stale elements, or how much people focus on openings and everything like that, how much impact they have. But I always had that notion, like, I like the game, but I don't like it that much that, like, oh, it's perfect, or I could see, like, oh, this will get boring, or whatever, right? That there would be, like, sort of a settled science aspect to it. You could just kind of get the vibe of it, even if you don't know exactly what is this. If he does that, does that, does that, would that not be like a simple mate or something? I don't even know. I wanted to do something cheeky like with this, but we'll put this here, which almost doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but... Or wait a second. Claustrophobic nightmare for the king, but I mean, you don't really want to move it anyway. So what you can do is you can put this here and then try to attack into there. Very cute play. Probably won't do anything, but... You could take there and that poses some problems. Certainly opening the H file can be very dangerous. And so you could do this first. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They could take this. But maybe the sack play is still going to happen, though. You definitely don't want to do that. You could take this. Throws me off a little bit. You could take this, then try to do something that you were doing before. But I don't know exactly what it is. I almost feel like moving the king is a better option here somehow. If I move the rook, then this could maybe become exposed or something. I would take... Or maybe, I don't know. It shouldn't matter either way. Like, I don't see how you're giving a check. You take. You know, you don't want to play into that. That's one of the great logical razors of the early game. Never let your opponent open the H file, especially if they're playing like super aggressively or just in general, because it can become very dangerous for you. And so therefore, you have the ability to basically... You know, this should be a good move regardless. Even if you don't fall for that little cheeky thing, you have the ability to... You want to touch this with something, cover that. And the way that you can do that is by simply bringing this up, I guess. They would take, I would take... Always got to look for some crazy like little trick play, which that's exactly what that was, but there wasn't really maybe the cleanest way that I could deal with that. So you have... You know, you won't take with the queen first, or you almost could. I almost have to do this, I guess. I'm confused. Now, it makes this a real problem. You would think, oh, you can do this, but then... It's like you don't have enough cover at all, so it's not going to work. So I'm not too happy with the way that exactly worked out, but... That's pretty much fine. They still haven't castled, by the way, just in case you were wondering. So now this should be a simple trade, but now it's not going to work because... I don't know. Like, it is pinned in the sense that you can't do that, but I take with the queen. Or I could take with either one, I guess, at this stage. You take, whatever. And then you basically get to, you know, try to sort out this little pawn. So it's not like a huge advantage that they got, but it's amazing that they can play this way and get away with it for so long. Like, I'm definitely a defensive type of player, and sometimes that works out well for me. But it's amazing that... I don't know. It's amazing that that can work sometimes. Like, or that I don't punish them enough. You can be defensive and survive, but I'm not defensive as in I'll turn it around and turn it into an attack for them, basically. So now here is the kind of thing that you talk about punishing them for. That is remarkable that they played at a really interesting level for a while, and then they make a shitty move like that. Like, that is dumbfounding, but hey, I'm a bit of a clown myself. So now let's try to end it quickly and gracefully, which I won't be able to do. What you can do is give a check like that. They go around to the other side. It doesn't matter because it's a check anyway. So even if you take, I take, or I can just still take that. I lost a game that I was up by a huge amount. One of the last sessions that really triggered the shit out of me. So let's not let that happen here. But that position was so weird. This position is more conventional. If you take that, I can take back. It's not a big deal. Take and check. And see how hard it can still be to mate, though, even when you are up by so much. Now you get the rarely seen triple stack. I forget what it's called, actually. Like, there was some term for it in some old-timey shit. Right, like there's always that, like, oh, the one game where this one weird thing was actually good, right? But you can't use that as a barometer. Like, it's very rare that that actually is going to be the case. So this could still take a while, but I just sort of have that mentality where, like, when it comes to an offensive position, I don't even bother trying because it can be so unintuitive and annoying how they actually work. You know, I should actually worry about this stupid ass thing, which could be a problem, but you can't block with that, at least, right? That's one good thing because you're already pinned to there. What could you possibly do potentially to go here and you, no. It's amazing that those are the only pre-moves that are safe, as if you actually, you know, you would only take if they take first, so then you know you're just taking back, and they can only take with the one piece that is actually relevant, and so you have yeah, that was at least decent. Although again, they were up by a substantial amount at the beginning way. Like, I'm gonna get banned for like cheating with my lag switch type of shit that's going on here, which I don't even know what it is that's happening. So there's not much to learn from that. They played a very aggressive, interesting opening that maybe was a little bit sloppy, but up until that queen moment, or maybe I was winning all the way. But see, it doesn't look like that to an untrained eye because you feel like, you know, like what are these positions and moves? I don't get it. And this always lags too. Could be because of the custom piece aspect, but why is that even bad though? I guess it's not. I'm actually winning, so I guess I'm right for asking that. So let's hurry up here a little bit. Title Tuesday Tribulations. I don't like all this whole cheating discussion online either because it's so hard to prove it that nobody really knows. Right, like people will always speculate, but what the fuck is this lag? It was gonna like punish me with an abortion. So we have the ability to probably whatever, we'll just skip this game, I guess. 1,300 games played, so anybody who has more games than me, it's a moral victory if I beat them. So if it's a bishop, I take. If it's not a bishop, I can wait. But I kind of prefer not letting the pin occur. Right, so normally you would say, oh, just go for the castle right there. You know, I do this so often, and then it ends up hurting me later. If I wait, you go here, but then the knight could still take it if it really wants. You go here, everything is fine. I'm comfortable with the position. Now it makes this one bishop a very sacred piece to the extent that you have the ability to, you know, really, since you only have one, it becomes kind of a big deal, so you have to go here. It's just one of those things that, you know, so much of it is memory, so much of it is repetition that you have to do it for years and years of your life, and then you would expect, like, well, of course, you should be good by then. And that, again, it only works to a certain extent. It doesn't mean that, oh, you would be Magnus if you played as much as Magnus, but to a certain outlying factor, that is the main thing, right? What is the defining thing in chess? Is it how innately brilliant genius you are, or is it how much you've studied and how much you played? How much you've studied and how much you played is far more important, because even the worst, dumbest person player in the world, if they study and play enough, can become very good. They can become 2000 plus. They can become, better than 99% of people, because 99% of people don't study and play that much. Number two is that, again, it's not innate genius, because even the best players ever, like Magnus or whoever, you can look and they weren't immediately great. They didn't play their first game and, oh, they're just immediately like 2000 player or something like that. I'm not saying they have to be immediately a GM, but, oh, they got to GM level by 13 years old. Yeah, but how many 13-year-olds have played like 8 years of chess, or years and years of chess? Most adults haven't done that. So you don't realize that that's the nature of the process. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that much, it's deceptive. Oh, he played every day from age 5 to age 13. And it's like, yeah, if you're willing to do that, you're probably going to be pretty good. It doesn't mean that you'd be a grandmaster, but you'd be pretty good, is what I'm saying. It's not, that's still the defining factor. It's not that, oh, you're so good, so you're just automatically good. Oh, you're so good, so you have to study for 10 years and then reap the benefits of that. Reap the benefits of how good you supposedly are. Like, so again, I'm not diminishing the amount of work and effort that goes into that, but I am questioning the measure by which people do these things, because you feel like very, I don't know. It's just weird. Now this one's gonna be kind of a lone one out. So maybe that wasn't the best idea. My desire to trade does me in again. Take. But you want this open, I guess. Right, like that isn't a good pawn, and I knew it wouldn't be a good pawn, but I didn't care, I guess. And I don't like this either, because it's not gonna be covered. This pawn could either turn into something really good or really bad. You're hitting that, you can kind of fuck all around with the pawns in a way that just kind of wastes everybody's time. Right, so this kind of position is very typical. Like, oh, it's not very clear at all how the fuck you would attack this or do anything at all. You could go here, and if you go here, then it would just be a fork, and it wouldn't be good, obviously. But then again, I could end Pizan. So if I end Pizan, they could take... Wait a second. I would go there e4 with the knight. Then they would do that. Then I would end Pizan with that weird pawn, obviously. Then they take with the rook. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They take with the rook. They take with the rook, I could take back. Or they take with the pawn, they wouldn't be able to take. So it's a little deceptive and weird of a move. I'm always looking for those lowest common denominator type of things where, it's just like... I mean, my pawns are certainly fucked up where I'm trying to trade or I have some other incentive in mind that is not as simple as just, simply... You could do this and be like, oh, I want to try to attack there, but it just never works, so you shouldn't even bother. Attack there, we're covering this, everything's covered, everything's fine. Take, or what the fuck am I saying? Take. If they take, I take, they take still. But some probably weird move like this you could do. Then you can't take, but it still doesn't do anything for me. You can do like this. No. I really don't want to take that, but if I don't, it could be problematic too, because you're gonna have no way to actually cover the shit. You have the double stack, so like, what more do I want? I would take, they would take, you go here, you set up for this. You would think this would pay dividends, like, okay, I'm doing, you can't just ignore that, but then again, these kind of half-hearted attacks are never good. Like, man, I give up a +1 pawn advantage lead, like, for what? Like, you should just go for it, man. I don't know exactly how, but it's not about promotion that I care about, it's about the, the potential mate. Even if you do this, that's incredibly strong in itself, right? You're not really looking for, oh, I'm gonna take, and then mate. If I just go here, then you're fucked because you're not even gonna be able to deal with it. Right, so that could be more your death knell right there. You could try to escape early, I guess, but it is still very scary for you. I'm paying very little credence to the thing here because what you have is I don't know. Why is this so why is this so like they don't give a shit? Like, isn't this such a big deal and such a mate that you should just be fucked no matter what? This would be a take. This would be a thing. You promote, I take. Fuck. Come on, man. The goal is to keep it away from the queen, so you have no choice but to do that, but then now you're probably gonna get mated. I don't know how exactly, but man, this is why I don't try to attack. Like, it's just not, you suffer no consequence for doing it. Like, it's literally fucking impossible, man. Let's see what, and I'll always see that it's not really winning either, right? It'll take like a million move sequence to try to get this shit to work. It's really stupid because it's, unless you know exactly what you're doing, you just shouldn't even bother trying because it just never works. Right, by trying to do this attack, you're even losing by a substantial amount. There you're supposed to take, you're not supposed to do that. I don't understand why. You take there, and then what happens? You are apparently winning, but I don't fully get it. Fuck. That is a very annoying line of just trying to stall this shit out. They had to sack everything, so that's fine. But what exactly was the problem with... Okay, so let's see how it plays out. They take, you go here. So yes, of course, I should have just done this. But even this I technically couldn't have done because... What? But how? Like, what if they just don't do that? Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not too sure about some of these, but I'm playing into my worst... Wait, what happened to my background? I'm playing into my worst instinct of like... Oh, fuck, my background I can't handle. Between all these custom cosmetics. Where like I'm trying to play aggressively, or I'm trying to win, or trying to do something that is not innate to how the game actually works. Let me try another one here. So what piece of art are we on? This might be the last one. I do them in sets of 5. So if I run out, and I already started on like number 3 or something, so this is kind of sad because like I was at 17. I just want to get back to 17 now. Like whether I was gonna make a lot of progress or not, it's just like this is a wrong step in the wrong direction, obviously. And this internet seems to be totally fucked up because even though the stream is running fine, I can't seem to do anything here. Right, that keeps bugging out. The flicker thing is bugging out now. Bro. So this is number 5. This one has a pretty good story behind it. At least the fact that, oh god, this fucking thing won't work though. This is from my first playthrough of The Witcher, which I'll show in a second here if it lets me, but that is so weird. Like it seems to be working fine, but it has some other weird like secondary thing where it's getting throttled, or I don't fucking know what it is. Which if with this I don't care as much, right? Because it's not going to affect, well, who knows what it'll do, but it won't affect this. But if I play something else a little more intensive here, it could be a problem, certainly. My permanent gauntlet of fucking Clash Royale, which that was pretty fucking epic. I do actually like that. I didn't understand Clash of Clans at all, but Clash Royale at least has a high-end gameplay element to it, like just actually interactive. So this is my thumbnail for The Witcher, like episode 1, where it spends 2 hours reading all the flavor text. Just play the game. People are saying in chat or whatever, that would be the mentality, like with the forehead that I use a lot. So I'm just sitting there reading every single last bit of text. And it's a testament to, yeah, it is a story game. It is super in-depth with that, right? They give you a shitload of lore to read even at the very beginning. And I'm the type to do that. Also, I play Path of Exile, and I choose not to do that because it seems more like an action, ARPG fucking, top-down perspective, quantity over quality of enemies and stuff, that kind of a game. And so I wasn't as inclined to do it there, right? And it's just the first session, so I could always do it the second session. In fact, even with The Witcher, I might have done, well, maybe the first session was a little more action-packed, and then the second one I winded down and did the flavor text. I can't remember, but either way, it's like you should be allowed to do that because you say Santi Stout Brown. I guess that will count, but then again, you could just go through a million different colors with the shit. Like, oh, now there'll be a pink Stani Stout and this and that. But no, that is an iconic sort of moment for me where oh, I'll spend the whole first episode reading all the flavor text, and people say, oh, why don't you just play the game? Why don't you get to the good stuff? Skip ahead. But for me, that's part of the immersion of it. And I even used it to sort of praise my first playthrough of Permadeath sense. Like, this might be the only chance I get to read this. If I die, then the playthrough's over. And that's how immersed I am. And it's also like a life tip sort of thing. Like, maybe this piece of flavor or whatever I'm reading will actually help me save my life later. And so if I didn't read that, then I would have ended up dying. So it's like I'm really Geralt in real life, and I'm reading all these advice and tips, but from a in-game, in-lore standpoint, like, oh, I read this little flavor about this monster, and now it's going to come into play later, and that'll help save my life. So that's how seriously you would take it, right? And I had this little RP quote that was actually pretty good too, like, it's almost channeling Jack Nicholson from The Shining, not The Shining, from A Few Good Men, where he's like, whatever, you use these stories at like parties or whatever. So like you're talking to some old woman and she's telling a story about like some monster, right? And it's like, for her, this is just idle gossip. For me, this is a survival guide. Like, I need to know how this thing works so I can fight it, right? So I'm going out there and actually fighting the shit for myself. Whereas for you, oh, it's just idle gossip, like this creepy little monster that we heard about, or these tales and these myths and stuff, right? So the point is that the immersion factor of that comes before anything else. Okay, we go King's Indian to whatever extent. I shouldn't even say the name of it because then it seems like, oh, I know what I'm doing, but that's literally what I know. Just do that. Like, that's good enough for me. It really doesn't matter, but You know, my inclination is to do this, even if it's not the right thing to do, because you get this vague ambition that you can go here and stuff, which seems kind of fruitless because then they end up evening themselves out anyway in such a way that, you know, it ends up not really being that good, but I'll still give it a shot. If I raise this, and you can go kind of anywhere you want with that, so like, I don't know, I'm not happy with really how I'm playing. It's just somehow very inconsistent and weird. Now you're hitting that, which I'm not really gonna worry about now. He's doing a little bit too much with these pawns here. They would take, I would take, they would take still. So now is the time for a trade. And the way that you would go about that is if you can move this stupid ass knight. Go here and sort of force his hand a little bit with that, but that doesn't seem like a good thing to do. These are the anchor pawns. But it's this one that I almost want to do, and the way that you could probably do it is like this. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Right, break open the structure a little bit, and even if they do it, it's fine. They do this, which is a little cute, but it doesn't seem to matter much. You could take with the knight or the pawn. They take with the pawn. They could try to block off the diagonal itself. You know, I just go for trade fiending because it always tends to serve me well. Even when I play badly, it's like, do I even want the rook this active right now? I feel like I don't. It seems like you're setting up for a cute unleash, but it doesn't really matter because it's still, or no, maybe I should have done it for the purposes of that double attack there. Again, all these very, very simple ideas. Nothing is very novel or crazy. Nor should you really think it should need to be, but Minnesota Scott, are you a fan of fucking Tim Walz, the fucking clown who lets Minneapolis burn? You do that, you have the diagonal. If you go to here, this is an Octopus Knight caliber position for sure. And what you can do with it is you can hit this. It's double covered, so it's perfectly fine for now. Let's just let it go for now. So you can, they would take, I would still take, would be perfectly fine. So you're double attacking this, you could triple attack it and almost guarantee the take, but they can obviously push me out of there as well. And so what you have is the ability to take with the knight. If you take with the queen, I could just double take. Now you should be guaranteed factually, objectively to win this pawn, right? That is an objective, undeniable, factual statement that that pawn is guaranteed to be mine. There's nothing you can do in the game. If you do something here, I'll resign. If you can save this pawn, I resign the game. I promise. That doesn't mean I win the game because of it, but I mean, look, dude, you cannot be any more fucking sincere about trying to win a piece in your life than that. And I don't even really want to trade the rook at this point. But I almost want to just do it with the knight, because then you're not going to take it all, and then I can just kind of dick around, but... So everything is perfectly fine with that. So we have a Darkstar Bishop and an Octopus Knight. They could always trade for that, but see, that's the implication that, oh, you wouldn't do it because the Knight sucks so bad anyway, even if it is a beastly boss of an Octopus Knight. And it doesn't give a passed pawn either way, so that doesn't give you the proper restitution that sometimes the Octopus Knight will do. Like if there's a pawn, and then, wait, but how does that work? If it's like a pawn, like, yeah, their pawns are here, I'm here, and then they take, then I take, then it becomes a passed pawn. Even this doesn't allow you to double take, so I could give less of a shit. They would take, I would take, it doesn't matter. This seems to give that one too much of an opening. This seems to be somehow a little better. But again, that's just more of an aesthetic idea than something actually good. So they get rid of the Octopus Knight pretty easily, which is why I sometimes doubt their veracity. Unless you're really an excellent player, you can kind of take advantage of it in a shorter period of time. But here, you know, if I trade off the queens, I don't know if I'm even winning, because even with the +1, the knight can sometimes be so good here that, you know, it really can be a game changer because it can touch every square. I'm not even entirely confident in that. You would leave like this here, then if he has some other means of attack, it could be problematic. I mean, I'll do it, but it makes you wonder like what I'm trying to do here. So you gotta watch the knight's movements. You shouldn't really lose this, but it's just like whatever little advantage you have is gonna be a draw, just like every other fucking game I play. Like, this is so frustrating. It's really the king. It's gonna have to be the king. If I can get my king out there, I can win the game. Everything is fine. If I can't, then, you know, that's it. That's all there is to it. The king has to be the one to decide the game. I don't see what even this is doing, though. Which you would have to, like, go here, here. It's gonna be too much work. Fucker. Now, you wouldn't even necessarily be able to cover it like that. You gotta just think, like, how you can keep his king at a long distance. And the way that you can do that is... What the fuck is he doing, man? Now he'll go there, I guess. And it doesn't even work because you can always just come back like this. Right, so I'll come back, they'll go there, I'll go there, and then you can never take. So, like, fun and interactive game, by the way. This shit is less interactive than fucking Hearthstone. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? But you just gotta get it to its proper conclusion, and if you can do that, everything will be fine. This is actually kind of cute because you can't come through at all. And so now I might be able to go behind and do something. So the king came in kind of clutch in trying to do some of this. In terms of be just like a lot of back and forth sequence that you can do. If you keep going there, I can't really do anything. If you do that, they would take, I would take. That was probably not the greatest idea. But now I can kind of reverse the position, I guess, because what you can do is... Or you can just trade it. I mean, that's fine too. So now, to what extent can you do this? And the answer is... I don't fully get it, but if you try to do something with this, I can always come back here then, at least to cover that in sort of a dynamic way. Which should be pretty mathematically impossible for you to basically do anything at all here. And what the what the bishop always gives you over the knight in the end game is you can make a lot of dead plate moves a lot easier. Like I can just keep going here and across, just to waste time. Whereas with the knight, you can't do that because all your moves are kind of constricted, where you almost might get trapped or you might give up a good, it's much more awkward and limited to do. So that's the one instructive thing with the knight, to realize that, see, now I'm going to try to do something too much and there's just nothing to do. Right, so you should just accept the draw, take the draw. Unless you can somehow trap it in there. You might actually be able to do, given the nature of how annoying of a piece it can be. So you're covering this, so that's actually a beautiful position to be in. There's no question about it. So what would be even my plan here, though? Like I have nothing. You shouldn't try to do these things. I was even saying, oh, I should try to take a draw. There's nothing you can do. Right? You'd have to walk all the way around. It's just not going to happen. And he'll end up somehow double attacking that. Like, it's just not worth it. Yeah, you just have to accept that's how it's going to be, and this is how most games are going to go. Like, I might not like it, but there's nothing you can do. This lag is kind of triggering me a little bit, and of course, draws don't count as a loss. In keeping with the nature of how often they have, happen in chess, it's of course acceptable that you would get them from time to time, or it keeps the streak alive with respect to this. Oh my god, I don't know what this is. I hope it doesn't keep happening. This internet at this place has been sort of cursed because it's happened a number of times. At one point, like a squirrel chewed through it. At one other point, it was not working for some other reason. Like, it seems to work at a surface level, but then it kind of could be something with the site itself. But I wouldn't assume it would be so pronounced like this all the time. Yeah, we survived there. Kind of boring and tedious and slow and just. I guess the provisional thing didn't really even happen though, because I didn't do anything for 2 months. I didn't get or lose seemingly that much more than what I normally would, right? So I guess my rating was so solid that even 2 months didn't of not playing at all, right? Not a single rated game, not even anything. I don't think I even used the site really. It didn't cause me to become provisional because I guess my thing was just so good, right? If you're kind of on the borderline, like, oh, you're at a 75 provisional rating, whatever that thing is, like on the rating screen, right? Like 45 is more stable and 75 is less stable, then it could push you out. But because it was so good, probably like 45 or below, that means that it would take even longer to push you out of that. But it didn't take long at all for me to get pushed out this way. That is so weird, dude. Let chess status, maybe that people will be complaining about something. Check current status. But I mean, it's clear like my internet because I can't even load the page off checking the status. That is incredible, man. That is amazing. Like, this would tell you that it's probably pretty good. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I just like to analyze it just for the sake of having it in the database, right? Like, now it'll be saved in my history. I don't care so much even about looking at it. But it clearly is a draw. You wouldn't need to see the, Magnus. Can't believe this position is a draw. Couldn't believe Stockfish that this position was a draw. And guess whose comment is at the top of the list?
This position is a draw?
Every position ever.
I think you practice it.
Except you don't with any position ever. Beats Karana from that exact position. 101k fucking likes my comment.
I think in practice.
Let's see if he gave me credit, actually. I don't even ask him to, but they're arguing about whether the starting position is a draw. I'm gonna get copyrighted for this song now.
I think in practice it will be so.
Holy shit, dude.
This position is a draw.
Could be so true. Why do people like it so much? It's not that big of a deal.
In practice it will be so.
One lack likes for a reason. Really, dude? Okay, I guess I can't use this then at all. That's too bad. I don't know why. I can't explain it, but... %88 accuracy, 89, and then all these things that people say, actually higher level players say about the lower rating, that is so exposing. Like they'll say, well, you it's only so high because you padded your accuracy in the end game. Oh, so let me get this straight. Better players don't do that. Better players don't play long, repetitive, stale end games where they move back and forth and they're baiting for a draw, thereby inflating their accuracy. Like they do it way more. Or oh, the only reason why it's a draw is because it's better players, but then you still see draws here. Like there's so many things, like that's just how it works. It's not about the individual, right? It's about how the nature of the game actually works, which is fine, but you should always just acknowledge it and see, yeah, oh, you're just padding, but that's just how it works. Like that's the right way to actually play it. If you play it according to, I don't know how to, it's part of the game. Like what do you want them to do? Oh no, just skip the end game so you don't pad it, and then you can act like, oh, you're better than them. Like, you know, you're not doing it for that reason. That's just naturally what you have to do to get the outcome. The worst thing to do in chess is to play under time pressure in one of two ways. Either the game itself, like don't play faster time formats, period, because they suck and they're uninstructive. But even in this way, don't try to play like, oh, now I'm trying to get back to 17, but, you know, you won't be able to do that in a quick amount of time. Even if I win every game, which you're first of all never going to do. But even if I did, it would take forever to actually do it. Kamala, baby Kamala. Now, is that a reference to Kamala Harris now, or is it a reference to the band Kamala? Like Kamlah, I think it was called. It's like some screamo type thing. Or is it a reference to something else? I don't even know. Or it's not even Kamala, it's Kalma. Alright, let's do this shit quickly. Come on. The one thing I have to actually give myself credit for, though, is the fact that I've shown like how I could never get bored of doing this. Like I could do this forever because of the way, you know, my approach is sort of immortal that way. And that's something that people can never understand. The same people that would tell me to study, probably they get bored and stop playing, and I'm still here. Now, maybe they made more progress than me in the same amount of time, but that's not the point. I could do it forever where, well, maybe toiling in obscurity forever and never making progress. That would be the problem with it. But no, it's something deeper than that. Like, it's an approach that, I don't know, it's just my own way of doing things, and sometimes very emblematic of my mindset. Like the way that I play too, like the pink flamingo style, as I call it, the trade heavy, calculation based, minimizing everything, lazy thing, trying to make everything easy and simple, and all these kind of weird things that I do, the anchor pawn, like it all, I'm not saying it's objectively good, but I'm saying it makes sense for me, and it sort of represents something that I do like you're kind of, because that's something that goes beyond the engine or goes beyond optimal stuff. Like just because something is optimal doesn't mean that you even enjoy it. So like it's like that even in card games or anything else. It's like you're not doing what you do because it's optimal and it's best. You're doing what you do because you like it or because you're good at it. So there's a difference, right? You could be the best player ever at something, right? But you're gonna have a specialty. It's like, oh, Judith Polgar is the super grandmaster, but even she had a preference. She liked to attack, right? That doesn't mean she couldn't defend. That doesn't mean she doesn't know how to defend. That doesn't mean defending sometimes isn't more optimal than attacking in certain games in certain positions. it means that that was her preference, right? So you have to play to your strength. So that's what I've done here is a very self-actualizing thing that is like sort of defining yourself from an inherent base measure, kind of like the absolutist tendency that I talk about, right? Like with the non-consensual social contract of society, you're born in society and indoctrinated into it from a young age. So you never get a chance to agree to the social contract. So even if you assume, oh, it's good, you're only doing so from a place of preconceived notions where you've already been indoctrinated by it. So therefore, you can't objectively look at it clearly. Instead of doing that, what you can say is that imagine yourself as an inherent man in the base state of being, where you would say, okay, I'm born in the jungle and my parents were in the jungle, so we just lived here and we're just fending for ourselves, and so we have no contact with society. Now we enter into society, and from that base inherent state, now would we agree with certain things and would we justify them and things like that, right? So you're not using hindsight bias to say, well, just because we're used to it, it's okay, and things like that, right? So it's very valuable to do that. So the same thing here, like come up with your approach from that base perspective as far as what suits you or what makes sense, and then go from there would be the idea. So the whole thing with that though is, again, like what would that mean? Like you would have a lot less moral inhibition or social contrivance, or you wouldn't care about appearances or all these other things, right, that are sort of trained indoctrinated stances and responses. They would not be relevant because you only value them because of society. So for example, this is an absolutist tendency right here. You could say that tomorrow everybody could suddenly just stop caring about appearances, and you'd be more efficient for it, you'd be happier for it, you'd waste less money on it, etc., right? And it would have no negative impact at all. It's one of those things that's only true or real through acknowledgement, and because of that, it is a case where, because it's only true and valuable by acknowledgement, what you get to do is you can just choose not to acknowledge it at any point. And so what that does for you is it allows you to basically, do it in such a way that, again, it's not important unless you acknowledge it's important. So you make that collective decision, right? Oh, you're going to make fun of somebody's appearance, or oh, you're going to insist upon and make a big deal about it. Initial minded, reactionary clown level of behavior. And so what happens is you're basically able to, again, you choose to acknowledge it, so you suffer for it too. If you didn't place so much emphasis on it, then you wouldn't be bothered by it either, and it wouldn't be a headache to you. You wouldn't have to waste your time and money and effort and etc. But then you choose to do it anyway, so you decide to, this whole time the queen is fucking uncovered, but I can't do anything about it. The whole point is that better players tend to sit on threats like this more. But yeah, you're defining it from an inherent base state. So it's not even like I'm telling you what to do with it. I'm just saying that uh you define it for yourself, but look at it objectively inherently. The way you are is not how you would inherently be, and you didn't have any say or choice in that. So at least try to come up with it for yourself how you would behave. I think this guy got in trouble, or maybe it was some other emote where, oh, it's because he said something. I can't even remember what it was. Maybe something about January 6th. So his emote was like banned for that reason. I could take there, which I'm not really too happy about doing. You could try to go here, but there's so many easy ways to deal with it. I think we've held on to that for long enough. If you take with the knight, I don't care. If you take with the queen, I can trade. If you take with the bishop, I don't care. I'll just get out of the way. So you maybe want to put this here. So that was much ado about nothing, where you probably could have come up with something better out of it, but you just didn't because I'm a lazy clown, and I don't know how long I'm expected to sit on that one threat. So again, as usual, a perfectly even drawish game where nobody's really making any obvious major mistakes because we're both at an even relative level. But the only way it would be a decisive factor is if you had a classical game, but then again, that would even itself out too, so it's just kind of pointless. You go there, that's a weird move because I don't care. Now, technically, if you took, I couldn't take because I have to address the queen threat first. So even if I took, whatever. But what you can do is you can. It's very hard to get rid of the bishop, is kind of the whole thing. Because what you can do is. What you can do is you can basically. It's just hard to get in to be able to do anything with that. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is a very irritating position for them. If I could have done that with the dark square bishop, that would have been even better because then, there'd be some problem there. But as it stands, I'm not too sure. So, fuck, if only this was more active. You pretty much just have to go back and block because, and I don't think I even win anything as a result. So now you have to calculate like crazy. I would take, they would take, I would take. It doesn't even matter. It looks like, oh, it's almost a mate, but there's obviously the one legal move you can do, but at least they're burning some clock. Or no, you could even go there too. It seems almost like you're setting up for your queen to get fucking trapped here too, which is a problem. Or like some sort of cheeky unleash. Like, there's so many irritating things happening right now with this. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. So the dark square bishop to me is basically useless in a way that I'm not too happy about. This is a very dangerous, strong position for that to be in. So it can be hard to get rid of it from there. This light square bishop, dark square bishop is not very good. If only I could have given that check with the actual thing here. Okay, you can't do a whole lot with that. You are looking to kind of trap the rook because this is what the knight does, is it kind of just gets in your way. I almost hope that these people snipe me because fucking whatever I'm seeing you should be able to see, but they're obviously too big of a clown to even do that. That's what I should have in my thing as the emoji instead of the shush. It should be a clown. All you'd have to do is get this diagonal and you'd be in great shape. You gotta kick this shit out. The point being also that you would obviously be able to take, even as a result of this moving away, you would be able to. You would be able to basically take the thing, but now you can't because he already just moved it. But how? Take. If you check, I can easily move it. It's not really a consequential check. Why would he have been trapped before? I guess that was the main reason. He got blocked by the knight, but then he kind of let that be, or you could have tried to trap it again with this, I guess. That doesn't bother me. You're trying to go here. If they take, doesn't really do anything. Take, take, take. You can try to secure this in a little bit more, things like that. That doesn't seem like a particularly good move to make either, but the problem is it's still going to be sort of inconclusive and stupid. Right, like it's somehow still not going to do anything. I don't know what happened. This is why I just like don't attack in the game normally, because I don't get it. Like it's not a real thing. I was actually fine in that game. I don't know. I feel like I'm almost just deliberately throwing at times. I just get kind of pissed about just nothing's even happening. I just get kind of bored or sick of it. There's one of two things I can do. I can either play classical and then try to get immersed in that, and then I have nothing to say. If I lose in that, I have no problem. But either that or I have to, just not really play at all or play variants or something, because it's just not something about it I just don't like. I could be winning, I could be doing fine. It's just not fun for me. There's something just I don't like about it. There's too many of these stale, repetitive positions. There's too much of this attacking that, I guess if there's something you're going to study, that would have to be it, because it just doesn't make sense. You could be in such good aggressive positions and it just doesn't go anywhere, and it's not meant to go anywhere because you're trying to just, you're not trying to even do anything with it. You got to sit on it. It seems like it's something, but it's really not something. You can say, "Oh, I'm just bad at it," but it doesn't matter. Like I accept that I'm not good at a lot of things in it, but it shouldn't be like that where it's so I don't know. Like I'm trying to do it and then it just doesn't work and then I get pissed off. Let's see how long this analysis will take, because even the internet is fucking conspiring against me for some reason that I don't even care to figure out, but I'll have to see in my other categories if it fucks something up. I really don't get why it would. So I'm probably winning this game most of the way, or again, not really winning, but you're in a fine position, and I can't explain. I was so confident that this bishop was safe and in a perfect position, but yeah, you would have been fine there as well. So it is, just remember, in anything in life, the most important thing to be successful is you have to really care about what you're doing and have the effort level there first. You can't force yourself and be like, oh, I really want to do this thing. What that is like you want the result of doing it, like, oh, you want to do this job that makes money, or you want the status or prestige or whatever, money, women, power, cars, right? But you don't really want to put in the work, so you don't really care about what you're doing. You have no like propriety or sense of pride in it. You just want to you just want to have the benefit of it. So it's the same thing. Like you might want to be good at chess, but you don't really like how the game works, or you don't really care. And I swear that's actually very true at the very low level or low to mid level. Is like people will have these instincts, like not wanting to play for a draw, but it is a draw, and you should play for a draw, and that's the right thing to do. Right? That's just like a natural human instinct. Like, oh, you don't want to do that. It feels kind of lazy. It feels kind of cheap or stupid or whatever, but you somehow, right, you just have to accept that that's the way that it works. It's not a fault of the player, it's not a fault of anything. It's just how the game works. So that is how you should think. That's just one of many issues with it, but I don't know. Like I wasn't really even trying to do anything here. That's the problem. It's so fucking annoying like how now it's going to take me forever to get back there when I was already there. So I don't really care. 17 was a good benchmark, so I don't know, maybe I should study at this point and then just fucking show off that, oh, I'm better than people who haven't studied or whatever, even the amount of time I put in. That's about 2,000 games collectively here, whatever on chess.com. So we're approaching the point where I can get clowned for how many games I played too, as much as I make fun of other people. Right, like I should never lose to somebody who I have played less games than or whatever, but yeah, I mean that's pretty much how my tendency goes. I mean, it's you really can't explain it. You know what I mean? It's like a deliberate thing. It's either you're doing it on purpose or you just don't care or something like that. Because I came back right one week ago. So loss, win, loss, 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 win, win, loss, win, win, loss, win, loss, win, win, win. You're up as high as 1725 or something like actually I was, but this doesn't look right. How could it be 1723? I was pretty sure. Oh yeah, oh no, then I lost win win, so 1725. Then from there I lose 3 4 how many? 1 2 3 4 5 6 in a row. Then win 2, lose 3, draw loss, draw loss, loss, loss. Basically, I lost 6 in a row, then I lost 3 in a row, then I lost 4 in a row. And I actually won a couple here, but that didn't do a whole lot for me, so it just shows like no respect for time. That kind of frustrates me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm supposed to do this all night and just fucking like I hate it. I just hate the time commitment that is ingrained into it. This whole cheating thing is so dumb. Like when you play online, it's like you know what you're getting into. So I would never take it like that seriously at the highest level. Obviously, it's convenient for people to do that, but everybody could be cheating all the time online, and you would never know. Like that's just how it is. So and they could do it in creative ways. So you're trying to tell me, oh, this guy's cheating, but he's deliberately making a bad move here and there, and not. So how would you really be able to figure that shit out? So he won't make the best move, and he'll deliberately make it seem more natural. Gaming monoculture. Congrats on the win. I want respond my thoughts. To get better results than the average player, do what they aren't doing. Yeah, like studying 10 hours a day, because nobody does that because you're a fucking loser clown. The difference between 22, 23, 24, consistently good with opening knowledge skill. Yes, of course. Like people even here aren't fucking doing that much. Tactical vision, following general principles. I think it's more than just general at that point. Time management, willing to spend time when it matters, endgame knowledge skill. Yeah, even knowing when it's worth it to spend time. Don't chalk up a win before opponent resigns. Diverting expectations, seeing and disrupting opponent's plan. I don't know. Sometimes it's a lot simpler than what people think, but it's like all this kind of stuff, right? Like either you know it or you don't. Like, what is this? What is this? This dude's 2290, so I guess, oh, when he does it, it's okay. If I have this pawn structure, people will be fucking having a riot. Like, what kind of maggot clown shit brain is this? Playing the game of chess. But like, what the fuck is this, dude? I don't want to play at 2200 if it means having these ugly, dirty, unaesthetic pawns. Like, what the fuck is that? It's all part of his plan to undouble them, though, of course. Like, oh my god, that is so disgusting. But he kind of dealt with it pretty well. I don't even know what happened. Oh, he gets forward. Yeah, of course. 2200 gets forward. But these must be faster time format games, too, which are totally disingenuous because it doesn't do justice to what the rating is, because it's like, oh, maybe I could play at the same level, but oh, it's only because I'd have a 10-minute game and they'd have a 3-minute game. Like, right, like time makes that kind of, well, maybe not that major of a difference, but okay, see you tomorrow.